A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
As if to top the unhappiness she's already cast over the Goldberg dinner for her father and Esther Miller, Sylvia Allison opened her heart last night. Stifled, repressed, unhappily in love with a doctor who's trying to cure her, Sylvia can't bear the thought that her father might marry Esther Miller. Now, when Mr. Allison has waited for 15 years, it makes no difference to Sylvia. She can think only of herself. And Molly, who's trying to help in her own way, doesn't know what to do. Listen, it's early morning, and Molly and Jake are the first ones up.
Molly?
Yes, dear?
Where are you?
I'm here in the kitchen. What is it, dear?
Can you show me on that button on my coat, please?
Why not, darling? Why not? Sit, Jake, dear. Sit, dear. Swallow a cup of coffee, darling. It's just freshly pressed. Sit, dear, and I'll spill you.
Molly?
Yes, dear. Not so loud. The house is sleeping yet.
Molly, if you're taking this business to heart, I'll talk to Allison.
Don't talk, darling, and don't do. Much longer this can't go any further.
Why not?
You didn't heard what went on. Wait, darling, I'll spill you and we'll talk. Wait, dear. Look out for it, number mine. Oh, yes, you're here. You said that you'll hear something. You'll hear, dear. Wait, dear. I heard already people talk to people. Wait, dear. I'll get you the sugar and we'll talk. Look out for it and undermine feet. Heard already people talk. Heard already, but how fast can they talk? Oh, here, dear.
What did she say?
Oh, wait, dear, I forgot the cream for your coffee. Fordy, I'll give you your breakfast in a minute. Heard already words talking like it. Heard already, dear. Heard already words back and forth. Here's cream. Here, dear, stir yourself. Here, dear. There's your coat. I'll show you.
There's your coffee?
I had already 2 cups.
Swallow half a cup?
Wait, darling, where's a napkin? I forgot.
A roll if you have it.
Why shouldn't I have it, dear? Oh, yes, dear darling. If I didn't heard with my own ears the words Sylvia spoke to Esther Miller, I would think maybe I was in a moving picture, in somebody's moving picture, in somebody's moving picture, in somebody's moving picture, and somebody was writing out the words on a piece of paper for somebody to read like an actor reads what's written. But one human being should be able to face the other human being and say such things.
Let me hear already what was.
Oh, Jake, darling, suffice it, dear. Suffice it, Jake, already that she said things that are beyond my comprehension to report even. But, Jake...
But what?
There's one thing to do, Jake.
And that is?
A little more coffee, dear?
No, I have enough, thank you. What is the one thing to do?
Look how black your coffee is. Why don't you take more sweet cream, dear?
What is the one thing to do, Molly?
If you're getting mad, Jake, and if you're getting excited, then I don't like it.
Why am I getting mad? You made that statement, complete it.
Well, Jake, I think, Jake.
Yes?
It's up to us.
Yes?
Me and you and me.
Yes?
To do all we can.
Yes?
To
what?
To see that, you're looking for something, dear?
No. Go on.
Well, you'll have to see, Jake. Well, I want Mr. Allison to marry Miss Miller, Jake.
So do I. But that's up to them, not up to us.
No, dear. No, dear darling. It's up to us, Jake. You and me and me and you. We can't afford to be indifferent, Jake. Indifference is the greatest sin in the world. If only people wouldn't be indifferent to each other. If they would care to help and want to help and feel that they must help, then the world today would not be the world it is today. I wouldn't be on the committee to collect aluminum pots and pans, and you wouldn't be trying together with the rest of the village to get people to buy defense bonds. Indifference, Jake, darling. Indifference, the answer is indifference.
What have defense bonds and pots and pans got to do with Allison?
Everything, Jake. Everything. If people are indifferent to small things, so they're indifferent to big things. We have to see that Allison and Miss Miller get married, Jake.
Stop before you start, Molly. What I'm going to do, I did.
All right.
I did too much. My home has become a stopping-off station.
Not so loud.
Have I had one day to call my home sweet home since this thing started? Have I had one peaceful moment?
No. Seymour?
That's all I need now.
Please, come in, Seymour.
I brought your car over from the garage for you, Mr. Goldberg.
Who gave it to you?
Where's Baker from the garage? I didn't want you to walk to the mill if you could ride. Is that all right?
Thank you, Seymour.
Can I wait and ride over to the mill with you?
Why not?
I didn't have any breakfast. That's why I'm going to ask you for...
Of course, Seymour. Sit down.
Where's the milk?
A little cereal?
That's too much trouble, isn't it?
Surely not, Seymour. Eggs?
Well, I can only eat eggs one way. Do you know how to make a pancake?
Why not?
Don't fold it, just flat.
I know.
And I like the eggs beaten good so it's yellow like gold. If you can make it that way, just 2 eggs will be enough.
All right, Seymour.
Your coffee, Molly.
Too hot for me anyway, dear. Too hot for me. I'll just stir up Seymour pancakes. I know how Seymour likes pancakes. I'll make it yellow like butter, huh, Seymour?
Yeah.
And I'll make it flat and I wouldn't fold it, huh?
Hi, Mr. Allison.
All right.
Miss Miller. Sylvia. Jimmy.
All right.
If I interrupted a conversation...
It's all right.
It's all right, Seymour, dear.
If it was personal, I mean... Well, if it wasn't personal, it could only be about one thing. And if it was about Mr. Allison and Miss Miller, and evidently it was, because that would be paramount in your mind. You can talk, because after all, I'm not an infant in these matters.
Yes, Seymour.
Oh, thanks. And I say the quicker the better.
The quicker what, Seymour?
The quicker they get married. A little salt, please.
Why not?
After all, should a young woman... all right, so she's not so young. But should a distinguished woman like Miss Miller have to listen to a young girl like Sylvia say all those things to her like she said to her?
What do you mean?
What did she say?
What did she say? You know what she said. Pepper, please.
Who told you?
Rosie tells me everything. After all, she has to tell somebody her own age and generation and get the proper reaction. The eggs are good, but she forgot my cereal.
You forgot Seymour's cereal, Molly.
If I was in your position, which I'm not, but if I was, you know what I would do?
What?
I would call up New York. My mother would have found somebody already.
For what?
For what? Somebody to perform the wedding. A reverend. And could his daughter prevent it? I should say not. And I should wait for a psychologist to tell me when to get married. If I was Miss Miller, just because Sylvia said what she said, I would make the wedding without further to-do. I would make the wedding without questions. That's what I would do. Questions, 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 that's what I would do. Here's 2 people in love for 15 years. Should a girl like Sylvia, even if she...
Dr. Cater?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so glad to see you, Doctor. Please come in. Please do. We're just having a little breakfast around the table. If you would wish a cup of coffee, perhaps,
no,
Doctor?
thanks. No.
Good morning, Doctor.
Seymour.
Yeah.
Seymour, you better go to the mill.
Yeah, sure. Can I finish my milk?
Of course, finish, Seymour, finish.
I hear you had quite a to-do.
Yes, Doctor, we did. We had quite a to-do last night.
Dr. Cater, if I may interject away. Of course, I don't presume to know psychology. I never studied it from books. But to me, psychology was just plain common sense, ordinary horse sense. Am I right?
Well,
Well, when 2 people are in love, as a psychologist, what do you advise them to do?
usually you want that.
Exactly. And as a psychologist, don't you admit that love is the most potent force in the universe?
Very up.
Very often. And if you take this potent force and hide it, doesn't it lead to very severe emotional disturbances?
Too often.
Too often. That's bad, isn't it?
Terrible.
And so, follow me if you please, and so, all obstacles to love of a certain nature should be removed.
Of a certain nature.
Yeah, obviously. And when a girl like Sylvia objects to her father's marriage on the grounds that she's selfish and she's mean and she's tyrannical, what should her father do?
Ignore her.
And?
Get married.
What did I tell you, Mrs. Goldberg? My very words. That's just, you just tell Dr. Cater exactly what I said. My very words. That's exactly what I
Seymour, the amateur psychologist, and Dr. Cater, the professional one, appear to agree on Mr. Allison's future. But Will Mr. Allison agree to marry in the face of Sylvia's hysterical behavior? And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Bird. This is James Fleming. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Hi once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. By his own admission, Principal Osgood Conklin's astute leadership has molded Madison High into a streamlined machine which operates with the facile precision of a new car. But to our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison, it's the same old jalopy.
That's true. Mr. Conklin is the same old flat tire, and Mr. Boynton still needs his battery charged. But apropos of astute leadership, last Tuesday we solemnly and traditionally observed the birthday of Madison's beloved founder and first principal, Yodar Crisp. The only Madison High principal ever to be awarded a Distinguished Service plaque by the Board of Education. Of course, Mr. Conklin has long been ducking for a similar honor, but inasmuch as the Board has ignored him for these many years, I was not prepared for the news with which my landlady, Mrs. Davis, pelted me at breakfast.
Connie, I was just leaving the market a few minutes ago when I saw Osgood Conklin pulling up in his car. He was grinning from ear to ear.
What happened? Did he run over a teacher?
No, dear. Something wonderful happened to him.
He caught pneumonia?
I'm serious, Connie. Last night he received a telegram from Mr. Stone, the head of the board, informing him that they decided to award him a plaque for distinguished service to Madison High.
You're kidding.
No, it's true. And was he proud? Why, when he showed me the telegram, his chest was all puffed up.
Fine. Now it'll blend neatly with the rest of his anatomy. How come you did your shopping so early this morning, Mrs. Davis?
Well, I wanted to pick up some groceries for my sister Angela. A dreadful thing happened to her at the drugstore yesterday, poor thing. Angela's the absent-minded one in the family, you know.
What happened to her?
What happened to who, dear?
You started to tell me what happened at the drugstore to your sister Angela. She's the absent-minded one in your family.
He certainly is. Well, I'll just get these dishes cleaned up.
But, Mrs. Davis, something dreadful happened at the drugstore.
When, Connie?
In the spring of 48. Now, what happened to Angela?
Oh, her. She bumped her head on the pinball machine, and the blow caused amnesia.
Amnesia?
Couldn't even remember her own name. Well, when the druggist sent for the police, Angela became so hysterical, she called in some awful names, Connie. But realizing she had amnesia, he forgave her for that, of course.
Well, that's fine, but...
Anyway, when her mind snapped back to normal, she felt terribly embarrassed. You know what a shy, sensitive, sweet old lady Angela is.
Yes, I do. But what caused her mind to snap back to normal?
She bumped her head again getting into the patrol wagon. That second blow on the head often cures amnesia, you know.
I'm sorry I asked.
Oh, that's probably Walter Denton to drive you to school. I'll go pick up some breakfast for him, dear.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Come in, Walter.
Greetings, O Queen of Madison's faculty. I bow to the teacher for whom I have not but the highest regard.
And I bow to the student for whom I have not but the lowest mark. Sit down, Walter. Mrs. Davis is getting your breakfast.
Ah, splendid. Miss Brooks, I happened to pass Mr. Conklin's house last night. Well, I didn't actually pass it. I dallied there just long enough to let the air out of his tires. Same.
What? How could you?
Well, it's easy. You just press the little valve down and... retribution, Miss Brooks. Yesterday I accidentally broke a window in Mr. Conklin's office, and it made him so mad he saddled me with a whole week's detention. So I decided to take out its value in trade, sort of, by playing a series of innocent little pranks on the old boy that are guaranteed to make his life utterly miserable.
I'm afraid there's nothing you can do to pull Mr. Conklin out of the happy clouds today, Walter. Last night he received a telegram from Mr. Stone informing him that the board has decided to award him a plaque for distinguished service.
Oh, Mr. Stone didn't send that telegram?
You didn't?
Of course not. I did. I consider that little beauty my prize, Frank, Miss Brooks. I'm setting him up to an awful letdown, comprenez-vous? He thinks all day he'll be madly awaiting that silly plaque, and when he doesn't get it, tell belly drop.
You've gone much too far, Walter. When Mr. Conklin discovers what you've done, it's my guess that you'll be expelled from school.
Well, so how's he going to find out?
Well, every criminal overlooks one little detail, Walter, and you're no exception. When Mr. Conklin fails to receive the silly plaque, it's only natural he'll investigate. First of all, he'll call the telegraph office, and the whole truth will come out.
Holy cow! I've created a Frankenstein. Gosh, if I should be expelled, what'll I say to my pop? Oh, you've got to help me, Miss Brooks. You wouldn't want to see me get the old heave-ho, would you?
No, I wouldn't, Walter. But my sympathies are also with poor Mr. Conklin in this matter. When I think of his fondest dream blowing up in his silly face, it's positively cruel.
Hold it a second, Miss Brooks. Hold it. I've got the old bean working. So I created a Frankenstein, okay? So now I've created a little scheme which, with your help, will flay the monster in his lair.
What's the layout, Louis?
Before school this morning, you will drop into Mr. Conklin's office and subtly remind him of the case of the former Madison principal, Mr. Hargrove, who modestly declined a plaque from the board. Now, they deemed his gesture so noble that 1 year later they gave Mr. Hargrove not a little plaque, but a statue of himself, which is now ensconced in our auditorium.
In other words, you want me to convince Mr. Conklin that if he should decline the plaque, he'll set himself in line for a statue.
Exactly.
But rather, he'll never get the statue.
Nobody can dream, can he?
Well, don't you realize that if I should stoop to such a deception, I'd be a traitor, not only to Mr. Conklin, but to the school as well.
Well, you all cooperate, huh? Okay. Just thought you were a friend, that's all. It's a desperate scheme, sure, but it's a desperate situation. You have your own problems, I guess. What happens to me doesn't really matter.
Oh, now, please, no tears.
No, I forgive you, Miss Brooks. If you want to let poor Mr. Conklin suffer to the point where my father will beat the daylights out of me, that's fine. I'll be expelled. Okay, so what? You just can't help me.
Oh, now, please, Walter.
After all, you can't be a traitor.
Who can't? Dry your eyes and call me Benedict.
Morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Walter. So hasn't that Miss Brooks just dropped off in post school?
Oh, yeah, she was in a hurry to get to your father's office.
Oh, well, she'll certainly find him in a wonderful mood. Daddy got a telegram last night, Walter, and you'll never guess what it said.
And what do you bet?
It was from Mr. Stone. The board has decided to give Daddy a plaque for distinguished service.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Walter, look who's pulling up.
Oh, good morning, Denton.
Mr. Stone, are you going to see Miss Conklin, sir?
No time for that now. Just stop by to say hello. And how are you, Harriet?
Oh, I'm simply thrilled, Mr. Stone. Last night when Daddy received your telegram...
Telegram? From me, a telegram? Oh, well, perhaps my secretary sent it off without my knowledge after our meeting yesterday afternoon. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that we arrived at the decision.
The decision, Mr. Stone?
Yes. The board has decided to give Mr. Conklin a plaque for distinguished service.
I'm glad you opened my eyes, Miss Brooks. If Mr. Stone thinks he can brush me off with a silly plaque, he's sadly mistaken. A statue. That's what I deserve.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin, I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm grateful to you, my dear. What a fool I've been. To think that I've been sitting here in sheer ecstasy, mentally savoring that putrid plaque. I signed the plaque, of course, modestly and in a letter, as you have suggested. I'll get my personal stationer from my inner office, Miss Brooks. Excuse me one moment.
Take your time, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, I've got to talk to you.
What is it, Walter?
Tell belly drop again. Everything I said in that phony telegram turned out to be true.
What?
I just saw Mr. Stone, and he told me the board has decided to give Mr. Conklin a plaque.
But I've already talked Mr. Conklin into declining it.
Then you've got to reverse course and talk him into accepting it. I'll wait out in the hall for you, Miss Brooks. Good luck.
Good luck. Oh, great. Did I hear someone in here, Miss Brooks?
You couldn't have. You're smiling. No, sir. If you heard the door slamming, it was just the wind. Now, if you'll excuse...
Hold on. You know, I was just thinking. I've given my all to this school. 5 years of faithful service. Mr. Hargrove served less than half that time, and for that, he got a statue.
Yes, and what an ugly monstrosity it is. It's no wonder the students parked their messy chewing gum all over him. I think you might be happier with a plaque after all, Mr. Conklin.
Nonsense. I shall write the letter of declination as per your original suggestion, Miss Brooks. In it, I shall request a reply. You will wait for it.
For a reply?
Signed and sealed by Mr. Stone himself.
But, sir, why complicate?
I have spoken. Come on, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Bye, Mr. Conklin. Well, Walter, it seems congratulations are in order.
Congratulations? What do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Remember that Frankenstein you created? He just had a baby. Well, there I was, Connie Brooks, bride of Frankenstein. Star of Walter Denton's Pulitzer Prize-winning scheme entitled, I Gave You the Bag, Miss Brooks, Now Hold It. As I was about to leave my classroom at noon and head for Mr. Conklin's office, something entitled, That's What I Want for Christmas, came in.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Barnes.
Are you busy?
No, what's your best offer? Skip it, Mr. Boynton. Can you excuse me? I've got to run over to Mr. Conklin's office. Walter Denton is in trouble up to my neck.
Yes, I know. Walter confessed the entire story to me, hoping that I could come up with a solution. But I'm afraid that's not up to me, Miss Brooks. You're carrying the ball.
It's not a ball, it's a bomb. Let's bounce it over to Mr. Conklin's office together, shall we?
I'll be happy to tag along if you don't mind. Say, I met Mrs. Davis as she was heading to the school cafeteria. I promised to join her for lunch, in fact.
Mrs. Davis is in the cafeteria?
Well, yes. She said she just didn't feel like dining at home alone. When Mr. Conklin lets you go, Miss Brooks, do you think you might join us?
I don't know. I may join the Foreign Legion instead. I saw Mr. Conklin briefly at 11 o'clock, and he was practically throwing a fit because Mr. Hargrove received a statue from the board. Ingrates, he called them, particularly Mr. Stone. Really, I've never seen him so furious.
Well, that was at 11 o'clock, Miss Brooks. Maybe he's calmed down a little by now.
Well, here's his office. I'll soon find out.
Come in if you dare.
Yes, he has calmed down a little. Hi, Mr. Boynton.
Aha!
Before you leave that inkwell, please observe that I have entered under a flag of truce.
Let's dispense with the levity, shall we? Miss Brooks, instead of writing to Mr. Stone, I have decided to have a little chat with him. It's clear to me now that in view of my outstanding record, the board would have given me a statue long ago if Mr. Stone had not been working insidiously against me.
Oh, you mustn't jump to conclusions, Mr. Conklin. After all, Mr. Stone is your superior, sir, and if you should flare up in his presence...
Well, I see your point. Yes, you're perfectly right. Self-control, that's the biggest. Osgood Conklin speaking.
Hello, Osgood. This is Mr. Stone.
Mr. Stone, eh?
I've instructed the gentleman in our office to deliver your plaque just as...
Oh, pipe down, you ingrate!
Mr. Conklin.
What's that? Osgood, I said, this is Mr. Stone.
Mr. Stone, Mr. Stone, Mr. Stone, Mr. Stone.
I had to call you Mr. Stone. I bet you let Mr. Hargrove call you Charlie. Rank discrimination. That's what it is. I've had just about enough of you. Goodbye, you starhead. Well, I guess I sold him off, Miss Brooks. There's absolutely nothing he can do about it except fire me. If he thinks I'm going to grovel... Fire me! I have a wife and child. Look what you made me do.
Me?
Yes, you. I was perfectly content with my little plaque until you came in and steamed me up. Now Mr. Stone will have my job. My little family will starve. Holy Toledo, look out the window. That man coming up the walk with the briefcase. The man Mr. Stone sent over with my plaque. He wants the plaque on a statue. All I want is my job. I call Mr. Stone a faggot.
It's possible he'll forgive you for that, sir. You know, Mrs. Davis's sister Angela, she called the druggist some terrible names, and he forgave her. Come to think of it, though, she had amnesia at the time.
Amnesia? That's it. I didn't know what I was saying. I wasn't in my right mind.
Oh, now, please, Mr. Conklin.
The only way out.
Hello, my name is Turner. Mr. Conklin, I presume?
Conklin, who's Miss Conklin?
Well, I
Run along, boy. I've got amnesia.
Amnesia?
Tell him, lady.
Yes, sir. Mr. Turner, I'm Miss Brooks.
Brooks. Who's Brooks?
I've been taking care of Mr. Conklin here, sir. The amnesia came on suddenly, an accident.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry? Who's sorry?
Excuse me, folks. Will you have lunch with me, Daddy?
Daddy? Who's Daddy?
Daddy!
Don't call me Daddy. I never saw you before in my life.
Daddy!
Daddy? Who's Daddy?
Don't look at me. I'm not Daddy.
What's wrong with Daddy, Miss Brooks?
Brooks? Who's Miss Brooks? Harriet, your daddy has received a blow on the head.
Yes, he has amnesia, child.
Amnesia?
Amnesia? Who's amnesia?
You'll allow me to use the phone, Miss Brooks. I'll inform the authorities.
They've already been informed. They're picking Daddy up in an hour.
Oh, no!
Harriet, later on I will explain how everything happened. Now, you go have lunch and don't worry.
All right, Miss Brooks. Goodbye, Daddy. Oh, poor Daddy.
You can just leave the plaque here, Mr. Turner. You needn't take it back to the board.
I don't know anything about any board. I just came in here to sell a few brushes.
Get out, you nincompoop!
Boy, this guy is wacky, all right. You bet I'll get out.
Sorry, Mr. Conklin. I think I'll toddle off to lunch now.
Not so bad. To be perfectly candid with you, Miss Brooks, I wasn't too fond of the amnesia bit. Didn't sound convincing to me.
Nor to me.
And I'd advise you to get the old brain working on a totally different scheme to clear Mr. Stone. Something clever.
But, sir...
Think. Dream up some nice, dirty, juicy plot. Remember, I hold you responsible for my present plight. So if I'm booted out of this school, I'll take you with me.
That's the dirtiest, juiciest plot I ever heard.
He didn't even recognize me. His own daughter.
My goodness.
You poor kid.
Don't cry, Harriet.
It was a blow on the head. Miss Brooks said the authorities are going to pick him up in an hour. They're going to put Daddy away. Oh, it'll not only ruin his life, but mine and Mother's as well.
Gosh, if there were anything we could possibly do to restore his memory, you could certainly depend on us, Harriet. But we're powerless.
Wait, I have it. Why not give Mr. Conklin another blow on the head? That's what cured my sister Angela's amnesia.
Say, I've read about that in medical books, Harriet. If a person is stricken with amnesia due to a blow on the head, a second blow does sometimes restore his memory.
Yeah, and you don't have to wait an hour. It's instantaneous. As soon as he gets whacked.
Particularly effective if the blow is delivered by surprise.
Oh, but I wouldn't want anyone to hit Daddy.
It's a blow that may mean the happiness of your entire family, child. Now, you must be brave. Would you like to give it to him with my umbrella, Mr. Banton? It has a mahogany handle.
You'd better leave me out of it, Mrs. Davis. I'm too strong for the job. Let Walter do it.
No, not me. It's impolite for a student to belt one's own principal.
It doesn't have to be impolite, Walter. When Mr. Conklin opens the door, just say, "Forgive me, sir," and then Duffy.
Please, Harriet, if there's one thing that breaks me up, it's the crying of a female.
I'm the same way. It just tears the heart out of me. You haven't the courage to help poor Daddy, neither one of you. Yeah. Well, if you folks will excuse me, I want to go upstairs and kind of think a little.
Guess I'll take a stroll over to the gym and maybe think a little. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long.
No, you just can't depend on them. Well, you just dry your tears, Harriet. I'll think of something. Now, let me think.
Think, Miss Brooks?
I'm trying to, sir. How's this? You go home, and I'll wait here in your office. Now, when Mr. Stone arrives, I'll tell him you haven't been in all day and that the person who called him those nasty names on the phone must have been a prankster imitating your voice.
What an idea. I wasn't even here. An imposter impersonating me. Splendid, splendid. I'll get out of here, but... Look, the window. Mr. Stone's coming up the walk. Holy cow! If I tried to make a run for it now, he'd see me in the hall. I can't go out the door. Can't go out the window. What do I do?
Well, it's a little early for the chimney, Santa. You're trapped.
My family's at stake. He mustn't see me here. Wait. I've got it. A daring scheme.
Oh, no more schemes, please.
He won't see me. He can't see me. Not if I render him unconscious with a quick, painless whack on the noggin.
What? Slug the head of the boy?
The moment he opens that door.
You lost all sense of reason, Mr. Conklin, when one's hysteria carried him to the point
Stand back and be quiet. One quick blow and it's all over. Osgood, what's the meaning of...
You knocked him out. Cold. Oh, I've got to revive him. Wake up, sir. Wake up. Mr. Conklin, wake up. And Mr. Stone, maybe if I slap his face a bit. Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin.
Why, that maniac was throwing an uppercut at me. I had to defend myself. He seems to be regaining consciousness.
What happened?
One quick blow and it was all over.
On your feet. You've got some tall explaining to do, Osgood.
Osgood? Who's Osgood? Mr. Stone, I was hoping you'd drop in, sir. How I missed you.
He didn't miss you, Daddy.
I seem to be missing a tooth.
Osgood, why did you take a swing at me as I entered this office?
Me, sir? You're mistaken, Mr. Stone. May I be struck by lightning if I get the door? I'll get it.
Forgive me, sir.
Wake up. Mr. Conklin, wake up. Please, sir.
Benson, are you in the habit of knocking out short principles?
No, sir, this is my lucky day.
What happened?
You were struck by 16-year-old lightning.
Heaven, I seem to be missing him.
Another blow, another tooth. That's life, Mr. Conklin.
What in the world is going on here?
The door. I'll get it.
Oh, forgive me, Osgood. It has the mahogany handle.
Mr. Conklin, wake up, sir.
What happened?
You've now lost 4 teeth, sir. Would you like to try for 8?
I demand an explanation. Oh, good. I can't talk now. I'm a sick man. I'm very weak. By all, I'm going home. Forgive me, sir.
Wake up, Mr. Boynton. Wake up.
At least I got in one good look. Miss Brooks, what happened?
Don't look now, Mr. Boynton, but all you want for Christmas is your 2 front teeth.
With a music that will perhaps. Mr. Conklin was played by Gil Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Cross. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
I think I'll go home.
Hey, Red.
What?
Hey, we've got a few seconds. Why don't you recite that little limerick about Tide?
We get time?
Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, here's a box of Tide. Dirt particles had better hide. 'Cause when I shout Tide's in and dirt's out, it's the truth. And you can use me with pride. You on? Yeah, we're on.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the largest selling wash day product in America, proudly presents the Red Skelton program. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, our singing stars, the 4 Knights, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, Martha Wentworth, and John Holbrook will be me, Rod O'Connor. Just because he works for MGM as a star clown and is brought to you by Procter & Gamble doesn't mean he's so different when it comes to buying insurance, even if he is Red Skelton.
Now, as I was saying, this policy pays double if you die a natural death.
Well, what do you classify a natural death out here? Hit by a drunk driver? Is that... Oh, we're starting off with a bang now. You know, I don't think I need any insurance. I wish that joke had some. I'd bury it, right? I feel wonderful. I don't need any insurance. But I do have a little heartburn now and then.
A heartburn? Mm-hmm. Well, how are you fixed for fire insurance?
How would you like to go rinse out a few things?
Now, if you just answer a couple of questions, we'll be all finished here. First, what is your full name?
Red Skelton. That's full or sober.
Do you have any knee name?
Richard Red Skelton, yes.
Oh, Richard. All right now, Richard.
Now, wait a minute. Everybody calls me Red.
I prefer to call you Richard.
Look, Hercules. You call me Red or there's going to be another death of a salesman around here. Huh?
Well, very well. Where were you born?
I was born in Vincennes, Indiana. In fact, I'm planning on going back there. 26 years ago, I left Vincennes as a barefooted boy.
What are you going back for, your shoes?
How would you like to turn blue?
You have an awful temper, Richard.
Look, I told you to call me Red.
Go on, strike me. I have double indemnity.
Look, why don't you get some insurance to cover that hole in your head, boy?
Please. One of the questions is profession. Yeah. Are you a plumber?
No, I'm not a plumber.
Are you positive? I swear you fixed a leaky faucet of mine one time, Richard.
If I had, I would have never let a drip like you run loose.
Well, here's your papers. Now, all you have to do is get a physical checkup from our doctor, and then we can tell if you qualify for a policy or not.
Well, I am in perfect physical condition. Look at my chest. Look at those shoulders. Look at them arms. Look at them
Oh,
arms.
not so fast. I'm still trying to find your check.
Okay, I'll go get a physical.
Well, I hope you can pass.
No?
Well, I hate to cheat the company this way. Well, happy blood pressure, Richard.
And an open manhole to you.
No, Mr. Skelton. Did you call me?
No, Mr. Fred. You probably got your hearing aid on short wave again. What have you been doing?
Oh, Yes, I will. I've been trying those new cold tablets, you know. You know the kind that stops cold before it starts?
Oh, they do, huh?
Yeah.
Did you get rid of your cold?
Yes. I've been defrosting all day. You know,
I thought you were a little lukewarm when you walked up here.
You know, Mr. Skelton, maybe you should try my cold tablet.
But I don't have a cold.
Oh, that's okay. These pills will cure it anyway.
Look, don't look now, Mr. Fred, but I think you've slipped your trolley again.
Oh, Mr. Skelton, is that any way to talk to your houseboy?
Get a load of the boy. This guy saw the preview of The Birth of a Nation. That he wrote for the doctor. This guy really shook the tree for Adam and Eve to get the apple from. This guy's so old he remembers that the writer who worked here gave me these jokes had a job.
Now, Mr. Skelton, I think I'm pretty lively for my age.
Lively? Yesterday you went for a walk and a vulture followed you with a tape measure. Oh, somebody's at the door. I'll get it.
Okay. Hiya, Skelton.
Well, if it isn't Procter & Gamble's answer to Mount Whitney. Come on in, O'Connor.
I just dropped by to collect that bet we made on the Rose Bowl game. You ready to pay off?
Yeah, the tide's already in the washing machine. You bring your laundry?
Yes, it's right here. Say, that was some Rose Bowl game, wasn't it?
Yeah, that Ohio State can really play football.
Yeah, but California was at a disadvantage. They were so busy trying to keep those smudge pots going, they couldn't concentrate on the game.
Well...
Now, wait. That's a joke I told, boy.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Well, tell it again.
I said California was at a disadvantage. They had to keep the smudge pots going.
Well, it's only win. I don't want to step on anything. Hey, I got to go down to the medical building and get an examination. Here's a line that sounds like a Chinese name. Want to come along?
Yes, I do. I want to see the doctor's face when he finds out the hair on your chest is a toupee.
Look, boy, don't laugh. I remember when you had a physical checkup and they had to jack up your stomach to tap your knee.
Well, you know, it's not so funny. It's the first time I knew I had a knee.
Hey, before we go, get some exercise music on there. We'll get in shape a little. Turn the radio on, will you?
Mm-hmm.
And now we interrupt the commercials to bring you Dave Rose and his orchestra. Dave will play a medley of popular tunes by Ted Fiorito, and his orchestra will play anything that comes to their mind.
Well, that's good music for push-offs.
Here's a brand new Tide Miracle. Now with Tide, you can get your wash sparkling clean without rinsing. That's right. With Procter & Gamble's Tide, you don't have to rinse. Here's why. Tide gets the dirt out of clothes and keeps it suspended in the sudsy water. So when you wring or spin dry your clothes, the dirt goes out along with the wash water. Your clothes come out clean, white, fresh. They dry soft and fluffy, iron easily, smell sweet and clean. Yes, I said clean. You know how clean Tide has always washed your clothes with rinsing. Cleaner than any other washing product you can buy. Now we want you to try Tide without rinsing and compare the results. Why, it's unbelievable how bright, fresh, and clean your clothes will be. And think of the time and work you save. You can cut your wash day work in half. Yes, it's another new wash day miracle from Tide. Try it. Use Tide and get your clothes really clean without rinsing.
Tide is dirt out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Well, here's the medical building. You know, Rod, now that I'm here, I'm getting nervous.
Oh, buck up, Red. It's only a physical. Nothing can happen to you.
Nothing can happen. The last time I took a physical, I wound up in the Army.
That was war hysteria.
Where was that?
Hey, Red.
Huh?
Look at that guy over there in the corner shadow boxing.
Oh, looks like he's losing, too.
Yeah. Say, I know him. He's Cauliflower McPug, the ex-fighter. Boy, is he punchy. Come on, let's say hello to him.
No, I got to go up to the doctor's office. I'll meet you up there.
Hey, Cauliflower.
No, stay in your corner, Bob. Stay in your corner, man. Don't come out till the bell rings. The bell ain't going to get you, know.
It's me, Cauliflower, Rod O'Connor.
Rod O'Connor, you know me, huh?
Yes.
You know me, huh? Say, you remember the big fight I had with Babyface Irving?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. I don't remember a thing.
You got knocked out in the first round.
And I know, but was I colorful? That's the great thing. You know, I could have taken the middleweight crown except for the fact that I had some pretty bad breaks, you know. And my jaw was broken in 10 places. You know? Some of them fights I was framed. I was put on the pont.
What?
Put on the pont. S-P-O-T. Let's not get our verbs in enough for here.
Well, your jaw looks all right now.
Yeah, my jaw looked all right, except it should be below my lips. No, you know. You know, in my day, they told me that I could be another Jim Colbert. Can you imagine me, Jim Colbert? Can you imagine that? Me, Jim? Who's Jim Colbert? You know, you got to watch this fight game. It'll get you after a while. You get punchy, you start hearing bells, you know. That's bad when you start hearing bells and stuff, you know. You were saying, answer the phone, will you?
Have you done any fighting lately, Cauliflower?
Only with my wife. But I'm fighting her again next week, and if I win, I get a shot at her old lady, you know. She's rattling on telephone. Enter that phone, will you?
Well, there's no phone.
Oh, you got a good humor man went by? Say,
do you have any children?
Oh, I guess that's what you'd call them, yeah.
I have a little boy.
Huh?
I have a little boy.
Well, I have a little boy, too. Maybe it's the same kid.
You know, Cauliflower, I think you've taken too many punches.
Well, I haven't let any of them get by me. Well, hold it, will you?
Yeah?
6 o'clock, the chimes just went off. I can whip any man on the street.
Yeah, I'll bet you can.
Yeah, I can still lick anybody on the street.
How about that guy standing over there? Could you lick him?
Yeah, 6 foot tall, about 210 pounds. Oh, picked up smaller, boy. Picked up smaller.
Okay, how about that fella coming out of the drugstore?
Well, let me see. About 5'8", 165. Oh, we can answer that phone. No, he looks like he's in a hurry. You better pick something smaller. Will you?
Well, how about that Boy Scout helping that old lady across the street?
That's my meat, boy. Here, hold my coat, will you? Better hold that Boy Scout, too. I don't want that old lady getting any help at all.
Well, I'll see you later. I've got to catch up with Skelton.
Yeah, well, I got to go in and get weighed in for the fight with the little woman, you know. I'll see you down at the gym.
Jim who?
Jim Colbert. Who's Jim Colbert? Say, Dr. Van Stethoscope, how is my blood pressure? Well, that sounds more like my heart. I don't understand, German. Is it up or is my pressure down?
Well, let's say it just lays there. Tell me, do you ever complain of dizzy spell?
Well, no, do you?
Yes. Could you maybe prescribe something for me?
You're supposed to be the doctor.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm so new in this country.
Oh, yeah. How long ago did you leave Ireland? Look, finish the examination so I can get out of here, will you?
Well, first I must check your ears.
Right. Oh, now, they ain't that big, boy.
Now I'll check your heart. Throw out your chest.
I ain't through with it yet. Throw out yours. It's in worse shape.
That completes the examination. Yeah. If you will come back in an hour, I'll give you a full report.
Okay, swell, Doc. Hey, Rod, I got to come back in an hour. You want to go have some coffee?
No, I'm going to stay here and read this magazine. This one seems pretty new. It says Coolidge refuses to run again.
Hey, look who's in the doctor's office across the hall there, the 4 Knights.
I wonder what they're doing here.
They probably came in for a 4-way cold tablet. Hey, listen, I think they're having their throats examined.
If your mind is in a dither and your heart is in a haze, I haze your dither and dither your haze with the magic phrase. If you're chased around by trouble and you're followed by a jinx, I jinx your trouble and trouble your jinx in less than 40 winks. Oh, salagadoola, minchicaboola, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Salagadoola, minchicaboola, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. It'll do magic, believe it or not, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Salagadoola means minchicaboolaroo, but the thingamabob that does the job is bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Salagadoola, minchicaboola, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi-bobbidi, bibbidi-bobbidi, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Oh, salagadoola, minchicaboola, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Salagadoola, minchicaboola, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. It'll do magic, believe it or not, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Salagadoola means minchicaboolaroo, but the thingamabob that does the job is bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Salagadoola, minchicaboola, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Put them together and what have you got? Minchicaboolaroo. Now, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo.
Ladies, here's a brand new Tide Miracle. Now with Tide, you can get your wash really clean without rinsing. That's right. With Procter & Gamble's Tide, there's no need to rinse. Here's why. Tide gets the dirt out of clothes and keeps it suspended in the sudsy water. When you wring or spin dry your clothes, the dirt goes out along with the wash water. Your clothes are clean, white, fresh. They dry soft and fluffy, iron easily, smell sweet and clean. Yes, clean. You know how clean Tide washes clothes with rinsing. Cleaner than any other washing product you can buy. Now try Tide without rinsing and compare the results. It's unbelievable how bright, fresh, and clean your clothes will be. And you save time and work. Why, you can cut your wash day work in half. So try it next wash day. Use Tide and get really clean clothes without rinsing.
Hey, buddy, in here.
Well, Willie Lump.
Yeah?
Hey, Willie, what are you doing here?
Now, let's not get nosy, Doc.
Well, what are you doing in a doctor's office? Are you ill?
No, I come in here to wait for a bus. Really quick, I came in for a few shots. That's what I'm in for.
Well, what kind of shots?
Oh, I'm not choosy, you know. I even brought my shot glass with me.
Willie, why don't you go home and sleep it off?
What, and botch up my whole day's work? Look, I don't know why I even talk to you. Every time I see you, you get to look worse and worse. You just don't look right, boy. You just don't look right. I tell you, I've seen a lot of people in my day, but you just don't look right. I've had a lot of queer DTs in my day, but you just don't look right.
Willie, you're causing a scene.
And another thing.
Yes?
You just don't look...
Now, Willie, snap out of it.
Yeah? Well, I come on and snap? Hey, come on, I'll buy you a pretzel.
They don't sell pretzels here.
Well, how they stay in business then?
I told you this is a doctor's office.
Oh, that's a likely story, a very likely story. How can you be a doctor? What's that television set over there for then?
That's an X-ray machine.
Oh, yeah, it's a television set. I ought to know a television set. I'll just prove it to you. Yeah.
I still say it's an X-ray machine.
Quiet, the picture's coming on now. My, isn't Arthur Godfrey getting bony there?
Oh, why don't you get lost?
Do I?
I say, why don't you get lost?
I got news for you, brother. I am lost. Well, I'll see you around. Pardon me.
Is the doctor in? Here are the X-rays and test reports on Red Skelton, Mrs. Camp, Mrs. Soderstrom.
Well, just put them on the desk there. I don't work here.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll go with you, boy.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Mister, would you please hold that door open until I can get my little boy into the doctor's office?
Now, let go of me.
Junior, now come on.
Let go of me ear. Let go of me ear. I don't want to see the doctor, and I'll bet you he ain't so anxious to see me either.
Now, you do as I say.
I know your scheme, kiddo. This is the same doctor that brought me into the world, and you're just trying to get a refund.
That's not true. This doctor had nothing to do with bringing you into the world.
Oh?
That's why he can practice out in the open.
Yeah. Which doctor brought me? I know who brought me.
The stork brought you.
Yeah, and then he committed suicide, right? Yes, hey, let's go home. I don't feel sick anymore.
Oh, what about that stomachache you were complaining about?
It's all gone.
I had a hunch you were just putting on a sick act to get out of the striking. But it wouldn't hurt for the doctor to check up on you anyway.
Believe me, if that doctor so much as lays a widow pinky on me, he is going to need a doctor. Now, I have spoken.
Now, stop being a smarty.
I said I have spoken.
I warned you.
So? Well, I see evidently we don't speak the same language.
Oh, there's Rod O'Connor over there.
What'd you say?
Nothing, Junior, nothing.
Well,
dear, why don't you go out in the hall and get a drink of water? I want to speak to the doctor alone.
Okay, I'll go look at these bottles out in the hall.
Well, Rod O'Connor, isn't that you hiding behind that magazine?
Oh, hello, Lorraine. I see you're carrying a pair of empty handcuffs. Where's Junior?
He's out in the hall. Rod, I want you to help me teach him a lesson. You see, every time he thinks he's going to get a whipping, he pretends that he's sick, so that I'll sympathize with him and not spank him. And I thought maybe you could act as a doctor, and we could try to break him of the habit.
Little do they know I'm listening in the keyhole.
Hey, that might be fun. I'll do it.
Oh, good. There's a doctor's white jacket on that chair. Now, you put it on, and I'll call Junior.
Oh, boy, now I can get some revenge on that kid.
Junior!
Yes, kiddo?
Come in here a minute.
Okay. Hey, Mommy, you know what you're about to... How'd you know I was going to shoot that guy with a bean shooter out there?
Junior, I want you to meet Dr. O'Connor.
Really? Well, how do you do, Doctor? It's a pleasure to know you. You big fat slob. Since when here, Dr. Fatso?
Well, I just started practicing today. In fact, you're my first patient.
Well, bully for me. There's nothing wrong with me, so take your business elsewhere, blimp boy.
Junior, why do you call me blimp boy?
I called him the way I feed him. Blimp boy, I don't like you. Now I'm going to mess up your office.
Junior, stop mixing up those reports.
Oh, Junior, why can't we be friends?
Because we're getting along so well as enemies. And let's leave well enough alone.
Well, I hear you've been sick lately. What are your symptoms? I say I hear you've been sick lately. What are your symptoms?
Oh, symptoms I don't feel good. Symptoms I do.
What I mean is, do you have any pain?
Only in my neck, and I caught that from you.
What do you think, Doctor?
Well, the boy does look like he's lost his color.
Well, you see, it's raining today, and some of the dirt washed off. But can I put on my web feet and go wading?
No, darling, not here.
Isn't it beautiful today? See that beautiful California sunshine going down the shores?
Now, Dr. O'Connor, don't keep anything from me. Is my boy all right? Will he recover? Will he? Oh, Doctor, please tell me the truth. No matter how it hurts me.
Well, let's not get sickening about it. Every year it comes time for the Academy Awards, she goes berserk like that.
Well, Junior, I think you'll be all right if you'll go home to bed and take a couple of teaspoons of castor oil.
I'll drink a quart of it. What? Castor oil? Well, I will not take it. I will not take it. I will not take it, big boy. Why don't you go take some? You don't look so well yourself.
Why, I feel in great shape.
Yeah, you can't tell me that, boy. Your lips are a little purple and your eyes are no whites no more. What happened, boy?
Oh, you're sick.
Close your eyes. You're bleeding to death.
Now, Rod, Dr. O'Connor looks just fine.
Well, take a closer look, boy. That face is pretty gray. Look at it.
Well, what do you mean, gray?
Well, it's more green than gray, really.
Junior.
Boy, oh, boy. I hate to alarm you, Fatso, but can't you hear your pulse beating? I can way over here.
Lorraine, can you hear my pulse?
Well, I hear something. I thought it was the riveters in the building next door.
Look at him getting nervous.
I think I can hear it now. What should I do?
Well, why don't you sit down and you won't have so far to fall when you drop? Because you is going, boy, because you don't look right to me.
If you don't mind, I think I'll call an ambulance and go home.
Oh, well, wait a minute, Doctor. What about Junior?
You can bring him to the funeral, too.
Oh, boy, I pitched his wagon.
Oh, now you've made Rob think he's sick. Just for that, young man, you're going to get the licking of your life.
No, now suddenly I don't feel too good. My tummy aches again and my nose is getting ready to bleed.
Well, you just hold still, dear, and I'll give you another pain to worry about.
No. It's almost funny that no matter what I complain of, you always come up with a remedy in the end.
Yeah. What's going on in here?
We're just leaving.
Bye.
Now, let's hear out those reports from the test laboratory. Here they are.
Hey, Doc, what'd you find out? Was there a fight in here or something? Everything's messed up.
I was just going to look at your chart.
Oh?
Now, let me get all your charts together. Here we are. Mr. Skelton. I have good news for you.
What?
You are going to be a mother.
Over my dead body?
Oh, my mistake. I got hold of the wrong chart.
Oh.
Here's yours.
What's the result?
If I were you, I would settle for being a mother.
Thanks for being with us, and until next Sunday...
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle T-I-D-E, Tide.
Tide is shirts out, T-I-D-E, Tide. For beautiful natural softness, exciting natural sheen, don't just wash your hair, condition it with New Dream.
Now, a shampoo that conditions your hair. Conditions your hair to beautiful natural softness, natural sheen. It's the New Dream shampoo with beauty conditioner. No other shampoo has this wonderful new beauty conditioner. It's an exclusive cleansing agent found only in gentle New Dream.
Don't just wash your hair, condition it with New Dream.
The New Dream shampoo with beauty conditioner. Try it.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the happy rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy songs of Connie Haynes. And with Halloween fast approaching, we remind you of the time Frankenstein met Dracula and said,
Hey, Costello, where have you been? What? Where have you been? Why are you all dressed up tonight?
Oh, Abbott, I just came from my cousin Corporal Hugo Costello's wedding.
Oh, so your cousin Hugo finally got married, eh?
Yeah.
Who did he marry?
Who did he marry?
Yeah.
He married a woman.
You dummy, of course he married a woman. Who ever heard of anybody marrying a man?
My mother did.
Oh, no. Talk sense. Did your cousin Hugo have a military wedding?
It must have been. Her father was carrying a gun.
Well. Well, I hope Hugo will be very happy.
I think he will, Abbott. Marriage is so romantic.
So
Just
it is.
think, his ration books, her ration books,
yes,
lying side by side on the kitchen table.
Yes. That is.
Side by side.
Side by side.
Ration books.
That is romantic.
Ration books side by side.
Yes.
That's the biggest hole I'm going to drill right here.
All right, wait a minute.
No more, I'll guarantee it.
Hey, wait a minute. Look.
Either you do or you don't.
All right, look, Lou. Look, by the way, who gave the bride away, Costello?
Huh?
Who gave the bride away?
Well, let me see. What page are you on?
No, never mind.
Who gave the bride away?
That's what I said. Don't you know? It's your own cousin.
Nobody.
Nobody?
No, I could have, but I kept my mouth shut.
No. No, Costello. I mean, who led her down the aisle?
Nobody let her. She knew the way blindfolded.
Look, Costello, somebody had to lead her down the aisle to meet her spouse.
To meet her what?
To meet her spouse. Hugo is the spouse.
Are you lost now?
No. No, don't you understand? A spouse. Her spouse.
Now, just a minute.
Now, wait a minute.
Just a minute.
Hugo is her spouse.
You can't call Uncle Hugo a spouse. He never touches the stuff.
No, I don't. Okay. Then we'll say Hugo was the groom.
That's better. He was a groom before he got married, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could he be the groom before he got married?
He took care of the general's horse.
Well, skip it.
Okay.
Never mind. Look, how did the bride look, Costello? Was she wearing a corsage?
Abbott, how can you ask me such a thing? I'm only a young boy.
Oh, now, look. I'm only asking you if the bride wore a corsage.
No, with her shape, she didn't need one.
No. Look, Costello, you saw the bride, didn't you?
Sure.
Well, what kind of clothes did she wear?
Oh, she had a beautiful torso.
Torso?
Yep. Every bride has to have a torso.
No, Costello. You mean trousseau. Did you see her trousseau?
He wasn't there.
No. Who wasn't there?
Robinson Trousseau.
No. Listen, Costello.
You're talking like a kid.
No, I'm not talking now. Well, listen, I'll explain it to you. When the bride came into the church, did you notice her train?
What train? She drove up in a second-hand Plymouth.
No. I'm talking about the train on her dress. Now, with every bridal dress, you get a train.
What store is giving those away? I bought a suit once. I got a baseball bat and a catcher's mitt, but I never got a train.
No, Costello. All right, no. Will you please listen?
What a joke.
Yes, when the bride walked into the church. Now listen to me, please. When the bride walked into the church, was she dragging anything behind her?
Yeah, my cousin Hugo.
No. I'm talking about her dress. Did you see that long white piece of goods hanging from her dress?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Well, that was her train.
That was her train?
Yeah.
I tripped over that thing and tore it off.
You tore off her train?
Yep.
How did the bride look without a train?
She looked like a late freight with a loose caboose.
Costello, you're not fit to talk to an idiot.
Okay, then I'll have to write your note.
Costello, will you shut up?
All right.
Shut up. Now, I have a definite reason for wanting to know about this wedding. Now, listen to me, please. I'm still thinking about your $75 that we have in the bank.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to make that money. Will you listen to me, please? Turn around here.
Go ahead.
All right, now we're going to take that money.
Look at you?
Yes. We're going to take that money and open a matrimonial agency.
Going to open up a matrimonial
That's
agency?
what we're going to do.
Not me, Abbott.
Why
I ain't
not?
going to be responsible for sticking guys with mother-in-laws.
Oh, what's
Not
wrong?
me.
What's wrong with mother-in-laws? You know what a mother-in-law is?
Yes. A mother-in-law is the Gestapo with bloomers.
No. But, Costello, think what a wonderful thing it would be to bring people together. Why, marriage is a wonderful thing.
Maybe, but I don't like the part where they throw the rice. They threw rice at my cousin Hugo today, and it's too messy.
Oh, come.
It's too messy.
Rice isn't messy.
It is messy when it's mixed with chop suey.
Oh, nonsense. Weddings are beautiful. Don't you like the old-fashioned unions?
No, they itch me all over.
No. Cut that out. Please. Your underwear doesn't fit our conversation.
My underwear will fit anything. My underwear will fit anything, except me.
All right, look.
Where am I?
I don't know where you're at. Costello, there's no use arguing. I've made up your mind.
Well, you always do.
Now, look, here. We're going to take your $75 and open a matrimonial agency. Now, look, you know we can make a fortune by uniting people in bonds of matrimony?
The bonds of matrimony?
Sure.
Are they anything like war bonds?
No, matrimony has nothing to do with war.
That ain't the way I heard it. And besides, Abbott, where are we going to get any customers? A guy has to be making a lot of money nowadays in order to get married.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Do you know what I was getting when I was married?
Do I know what you was getting when you got married?
Yes.
No, and I'll bet you didn't either.
No, I get out of here.
In Saipan, one Marine says to another, "Hey, Joe, you got a camel?" And his pal says, "Sure," and hands him one. The same thing happens on an aircraft carrier off the Philippines and in the fighting beyond Aachen. And then, too, people at home are smoking more than ever before. Though, unfortunately and unavoidably, there will be times when your dealer has to say to you, "Sorry, no Camels today," when you ask for them. But remember this. Camel's kind, cool, throat-easy mildness and Camel's rich, full, fresh flavor make Camels worth asking for again the very next time you buy cigarettes. C-A-M-E-L. Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Inspired by Lou Costello's matrimonial venture, Freddie Rich and his musical Matchmakers play The Very Thought of You, featuring the trumpet of Paul Giles.
Costello. Well, here we are in our own office.
Well, yeah, here we are. Hello, Ken. How are you?
Ken.
Come over here a minute, Ken. How you been?
Well, you've got something to say to the folks, haven't you,
I
Ken?
got something to say to the
You know,
folks?
why not tell the folks right from our office?
Well, now, I don't have anything to say right
Well, then
here.
get away from the
What are you
mic.
doing in the office? This is a brand new
Abbott,
office.
Continue.
Yes. How do you like the office, Lou?
How do I like the office?
This is our new matrimonial agency.
Everything is laying around the office here.
Yeah.
Look, Abbott.
What?
Who painted our names on those office doors?
I did.
You did, huh?
You see, on my door it says Bud Abbott, senior partner, and your door it says Lou Costello, Jr.
I don't like the way you spell junior.
What do you mean?
J-A-N-I-T-O-R. Looks like I'm going to clean up in this business.
Oh, come on, Costello. Answer the phone. It might be a reply to the matrimonial ad that I put in the papers this morning.
Hello. Abbott Costello's Matrimonial Agency. If you furnish the money, we'll get you a honey.
Say, do you think you could find me a wife? You see, I've got to have a wife. I've got $2 million. I'll give the girl $1 million, and I'll give you $1 million for your fee.
$1 million for me? Oh, boy. Come right over to the office.
I can't come over. They won't let me out of here. But I'm all right, I tell you. I'm all right.
Hey, Abbott, what paper did you put that ad in?
The Hardware Journal.
I thought so. One of the nuts just called up.
I'm looking for a man. I've got to have a man. I must have a man. I tell you, I must have a man.
Lady, put me down!
Just a minute, miss. What can we do for you?
All my life I've been looking for the ideal man, and at last I found him. I love this little fat boy. Oh, speak to me, my chubby little Romeo. Tell me that you love me. Speak to me. Speak to me. Why don't you say something?
I can't. You're standing on my chest. Get it up!
Oh, you wonderful man. Take me in your arms, my little fat boy, and say that I am beautiful. Go ahead, say it.
I don't want it.
Oh, please say it. Say that I am beautiful.
Okay. I am beautiful.
Look,
I am in the
look, madam, we'll find a husband. Look, we'll find a husband if you'll just answer a few questions. Now, have you ever been married before?
Oh, yes. I was happily married for 15 years, but 7 years ago my husband disappeared. I'm afraid the poor man is dead.
Costello, just look at this poor woman.
Yeah.
Her husband is dead.
I am looking at her. He isn't dead. He's hiding. Now get her out of here, Abbott. Look, Abbott, please. What kind of a business did you get me into? First the crazy guy calls up, and then a dame tries to run away with me. I'm going back to my old racket, raising pigs.
Raising pigs?
Yes, sir. I buy pigs in the fall for $2. I fatten them up and sell them in the spring for $2.
Wait a minute. You buy pigs in the fall for $2 and you
Sure.
sell them in the spring for $2?
Sure.
You can't make any money that way.
No, but I have the use of the pigs all winter.
Uh-oh. This is probably another customer. Come in. Well, it's our friend Kissel. Kissel, what brought you here?
Well, I heard that you two kiddies were in the matrimonial business, so I left Chicago and I came out here on a Greyhound.
You came out here on a Greyhound?
Yes.
How did you ever stay on his back?
How did I stay on his back?
All right. I know you don't like it.
I like it.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Look, we're very busy, Kissel. What's on your mind?
Well, I would like to have the catering concessions for your wedding banquet because I'm serving the finest food and drink who money can buy. You know, for instance, just look at this bottle of genuine French champagne.
That don't look like French champagne to me.
Oh, now don't look like French champagne to him. There is the name right on the bottle here. Lucky Laguerre.
What's that?
Lucky Laguerre.
Lucky Laguerre?
Yes.
That's Lucky Lager.
Lucky Lager. Some foam, huh, kid?
Just a minute, Kissel. How much do you charge to put on these wedding banquets?
Well, I don't like to disturb you, but I got two prices for banquets here, $5 and $10. For $5, I throw in the dessert.
And for $10?
Oh, for $10, I carry it in. Gentlemen, I have here a sample of my most delicious dessert. It's called policeman cookies.
Policeman cookies?
Yeah, cupcakes.
I suppose you also make affectionate pie.
Affectionate pie?
That's where the top crust is stuck on the bottom one. That's my line.
Costello, look, will you please cut it out? Kissel is just trying to make an honest living.
Yes, that's right, gentlemen, because, you know, I got a very big family to support. Would you believe that right now I got living in my house Uncle Willie and Tilly and a loafer named Billy, Terrence and Clarence, and all my wife's parents, Louie and Fred. They sleep under the bed. Joe and Flo, and on the back porch there's Mo. Not to mention
Bert, Merton, that 2-year-old squirt, Andy and Fanny are sleeping with Granny, Mike and 2 tramps are doubling with Gramps, and old Uncle Abe is sleeping with Baby. It's crowded in my
theme song for the Abbott and Costello Matrimonial Bureau, our singing star Connie Haynes suggests It Had to Be You. Swing it out there, Connie.
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found somebody who could make me be blue, could make me be true, and even be glad just to be sad, thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be mean, might never be cross, or try to be boss, but they wouldn't do. For nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you. Some others I've seen might never be mean, might never be cross, try to be boss, they wouldn't do. For nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you. Yes, it'll always be. No, it'll have to be. Sure, it'll always be. No one but you.
There's a certain young man I wish we had here at the microphone tonight. Maybe you saw his picture on the back cover of this week's Collier's. It's also in Life magazine coming out tomorrow. However, he can't be here because right now he's probably somewhere over the Himalaya Mountains between India and China flying one of Pan American's big planes. His name is Captain Charles Sharkey, and he's flown over 1,900 hours on that zero-infested run. After a 10-hour stretch in the cockpit of a DC-53, he says, nothing tastes so good as a Camel. They're mild and cool, and the flavor's swell. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos.
Come in. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm from the Marriage License Bureau. Mr. Costello, do you understand the laws governing marriage? I do. And Mr. Abbott, do you understand the marriage laws? I do. Very well. I now pronounce you man and wife. $5, please. Hey, this is a fine business, Abbott. I can't understand why we haven't got any customers coming in. I put an ad in the paper this morning. How did the ad read? I don't know. Freddie Rich probably can tell you better than me. Well, I'll tell you. The ad said, gentleman with bottle of olives would like to meet a lady with a pint of gin. Object? Martinis. Oh. Now, you silly dope, not martinis, matrimony.
Well, hello, fellas. How's the new matrimonial agency?
Well, it's Ken Niles.
Yeah, I just dropped over to bring you some business. I have a little niece at home, and she's dying to marry Lou Costello.
Oh, why does everybody want to marry me? Sometimes I wish I wasn't so young and beautiful. And all right, look. And charming. Yeah, I know. And debonair. Yeah, we know that. And petite. Yeah, petite, yeah. In French, patoot. Patoot, all right. In Scotch, petite.
Petite, all right, look.
In Irish, petite.
Well, let it go at that.
I
Look.
got no more.
All right, well, let it go. Look, Costello. Niles' idea sounds like a good proposition. Now, has your niece got any money, Ken?
Oh, yes. She inherited a very fat dowry from her mother.
We don't care about her, she. Has she got any money?
How dare you ask such a question, Costello? She is a Niles. I'll have you know, we Niles are a proud lot.
You Niles are a vacant lot.
Now, Costello.
Look, are you really serious, Ken, about your niece wanting to marry Costello?
Oh, yes, I am. Just last night, my little niece was sitting on the floor playing with her toys, and she looked up at me and said, Lou Costello is the sweetest boy, and I'd like to marry him.
Oh, now, isn't that cute? How old is she?
57.
But look, Ken, Costello doesn't want to get married, but we'll be glad to find a husband for your niece.
Oh, that's wonderful, Bud. She's right out in the waiting room. Shall I bring her in?
You better wheel her in.
Oh, Poinciana!
Or roll her in.
Poinciana, will you step in here? Here she comes, on the run.
She don't run very good. Maybe she needs a grease job. Quiet, Costello. How do you do, Miss...
Your full name is Poinciana Pigeon-Pigeon.
What's the hyphen for? That's for the pigeon to sit on. Miss Pigeon, I'm sure that we can find you an ideal husband. Now, if you'll just leave $100 deposit and one of your pictures...
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't any pictures of myself. I did have some taken, but the photographer didn't develop the negative.
He was probably afraid to go into the dark room with them alone. Don't pay any attention to Costello, Miss Pigeon. Just sign the contract here and let us have your check.
Not so fast. Before I give you any money, you'll have to prove to me that your marriages are successful. I'd like to see a happily married couple.
Who wouldn't? Yeah. He's just joking. You keep quiet, you mug. He's joking now. Miss Pigeon, if you come to my house at 8 o'clock this evening, I will show you a happy family. Myself, my wife, and our little boy.
Oh, this is so thrilling. I'll be there at 8 o'clock.
Abbott, what did you tell that woman? You haven't got no little boy. Costello, we're going to put this deal over. Now, I'm going to give your kid brother, Sebastian, 50 cents to pretend that he's my son. If you get Sebastian into this thing, you're asking for trouble, Abbott. He's a pretty nasty little brat. How dare you say that about your own brother? How dare me say that about my own brother? Yes. Because I'm going to play both parts. Well, Abbott, I bring my little kid brother Sebastian over to play the part of your son.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna do it.
Sebastian, you'll do as you are told.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. Tie score. Uh-oh. Now, there's Miss Pigeon now. Sebastian, you answer the door, and I'll go in the kitchen and get Mrs. Abbott.
Well, good evening, little boy. I'm Miss Pigeon.
Hi, Miss Pigeon. Oh, high voice.
Hi, Miss Pigeon. Pull up a perch and sit down. Spread your feathers. My, what a quaint little fellow. I just love little boys like you. I wish I had 14 little boys, and I wish every one of them was just like you. You want 14 kids just like me? Yes. Let me smell your breath. Oh, how cute. Now tell me, my little man, where are your father and mother? They're out in the kitchen, passing time. Passing the time? Yeah, they're throwing the clock at each other.
Now, Sebastian, behave yourself. Oh, good evening, Miss Pigeon. I want you to meet my lovely little wife. Come in here, Snowflake.
Coming, Shaky. My, what a happy little family. Mrs. Abbott, do you do your own cooking?
Oh, yes. I was just out in the kitchen baking some biscuits. Buddy simply loves them. Wouldn't you like to sink your teeth into another one, dear?
No, he'd like to get his teeth out of the last one.
Oh, dear little Sebastian, he's always joking. I'll kill that kid. Miss Pigeon, what would you say for dinner? Here, let me take your coat.
Oh, no, Snowflake, dear. That coat is too heavy for my itty-bitty you. Let me take it, Snowflake, dear.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, you and your wife are such a lovely couple. I decided to let your matrimonial agency get me a husband. If you'll get me the pen and ink, I'll make out the check.
I'll get the pen and ink.
Oh, no, Snowflake, darling. You get the pen. I'll carry the ink. I don't want you to tire your itty-bitty army. I'll help, too. I'll carry the blotter. We'll be right back.
Oh, my, I've never seen such a devoted couple. You're a lucky little boy, Sebastian, to have such a wonderful father and mother. Are they always this kind to each other? Oh, yes. Did you see the lovely upsweep hairdo my mother was wearing? My daddy gave it to her. Oh, now, how could he give her an upsweep hairdo? He hit her on the head with a broom. Oh, you're so quaint. And he's always buying her presents, too, my mother. Only this morning he went downtown and bought her a beautiful present, a nice new shotgun. Does your mother know your daddy bought her a shotgun? Oh, this is terrible. You people are nothing but idiots. I'm getting out of here.
What happened, Sebastian? Where's Miss Pigeon?
Pigeon just flew to coop. What did you say to her?
I just told her, I said...
The high voice.
Oh, yes. I see. I just told her to get the gag. Told her to gag about the shotgun. Why'd you make two parts?
Come here, Costello. It's about time. It's about time to teach this kid brother of yours a lesson. He just cost us $100. Do you know that?
I'll talk to him,
That
Bud.
a boy.
Now, Sebastian, I don't know why I have to speak to you all the time. Every time I get a chance to become a big business maggot, you always have to gum up... That's what it says. You always have to gum up the works.
I'm sorry, Louie.
Anybody would think the least you could do is to lend a helping hand to your own brother.
I'm sorry, Louie.
But instead you continually hold up to ridicule and poke big blotches on my escutcheon. Don't stand there, Sebastian. Say something.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Abbott Costello will be back with you in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Corporal Robert H. True of Denver, Colorado, right waist gunner on a Liberator bomber for his heroism in rescuing a combat crew member enveloped in flaming gasoline. In your honor, Corporal True, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the three Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, or shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. Now here are Bud and Lou back for a few final words.
Thanks, Ken. And all we want to say, folks, is buy bonds.
Buy plenty of them. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor clicks with you.
Somewhere right now, a man who's had a hard day is sitting in a soft, easy chair, ready to relax as he packs his pipe. He takes a certain famous red package out of his pocket. His nostrils thrill to the rich aroma of fresh tobacco. His fingers notice how firm it packs in his pipe bowl. He lights a match and, what a fragrance. What a flavor, too. Mellow and full-bodied, but mild and so tongue-gentle. Someone near him says, "Say, that smells good. What are you smoking?" And he says, "What I always smoke, Prince Albert." Well, that man is really millions of men all over the map, because more men smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole wide world. And price as well as pleasure is one of the reasons, for there are around 50 thrifty pipefulls in one regular 2-ounce package. Start on PA today.
Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes is directed by Dick Mack, and this is Ken Niles wishing you a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
DeSoto and the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, coast to coast, present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life.
Groucho sent me to see see the new DeSoto.
Groucho sent me, and I love to drive this car. It's long and low and roomier, so handsome you can see.
It's powerful, and I'm so glad that Groucho sent me. Listen to him when you hear Groucho say.
So drive the new DeSoto at DeSoto Plymouth dealers today. And now, here he is, the one, the only... That old fogey. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples, and if any of them say the secret word, the duck will fly down and pay him $100. The word tonight is spit fat. Well, I'm a dirty bird. And you look like George Goldbergs. Scram, Doc. Mr. Fenneman, on with it, huh?
So, Groucho, Mrs. Floretta McCutcheon, Mr. Frank Fava are waiting to talk to you. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Floretta McCutcheon and Frank Fava, eh? Mrs. McCutcheon? May I call you Floretta, Mrs. McCutcheon? It's a pretty name, and I like to get friendly early.
Well, most of my friends call me Mac.
Oh, okay, Mac. How old are you, Mac?
66 years.
I wouldn't have dared to ask Floretta that question. 66, with your very bouncy-looking 66, Mac. I presume your family has grown and you have time on your hands. Do you have any hobbies that might be of interest?
Well, I've had the same one for about 30 years.
The same hobby for 30 years? Huh? Well, so have I. Do you suppose it could be the same hobby? What is yours?
Well, mine's bowling.
Oh. Well, that's where we part. Mine happens to be growing small avocado trees. No avocados, just small avocado trees. Are you a pretty good bowler?
Well, I was once upon a time, Groucho.
Really?
I traveled over a good part of the United States.
A bowling ball?
Yes, with a bowling ball. Rolling exhibitions with local bowlers.
You must have been a pretty good bowler. You say you put on exhibitions?
That's right.
Did you ever break par?
Yes.
Or whatever they call it? In
bowling, par is a 300 or perfect score. And I rolled 10 of them in different places throughout the country.
Really?
And I had 11 800 three-game scores. And I had an all-time average for 8,000 games of 201 for the 10 years that I gave exhibitions.
You're the Jack Dempsey, Ben Hogan, and Babe Ruth of bowling, huh? Give me your hand, Mac. I want to shake hands.
Do you ever bowl yourself?
Yes, I didn't bowl myself. I used the ball. I tried it myself. I never could get down the alley. I was always in the gutter, even when I wasn't bowling. Mr. Fava, that's you?
Precisely.
You're Frank, huh?
That's right.
Frank Fava, huh? Something like Frank Footer, isn't it?
That's right.
I thank you not to be too frank on this show. You can be earnest, but in television there's an unwritten law that nobody is ever frank.
No.
Now that we passed that hiatus, where are you from, Frank?
I come from Italy, a small town called Coniso.
Are you married, Frank?
That's right, I am.
You are married, huh? Well, where were you when the trap was sprung? In other words, where did you meet your wife?
I met my wife in Italy. She was a tourist at that time, and...
Tourist?
That's right.
Oh. What was your reaction to this American girl the first time you saw her? Do you remember?
Was love at first sight. My hat was on fire.
Your hat was on fire? I thought over there they wore a beret most of the time. Why didn't you take your hat off if you were wooing a girl?
So,
you choose to ignore this, is that it? What sort of work do you do, Frank?
I am a barber in the Knickerbocker Hotel here in Hollywood.
You're a barber at the Knickerbocker? Oh, I had a close shave at the Hotel Knickerbocker one night. That's another story, which I don't care. Well, how are you getting along with your wife, Frank, after that romantic courtship? Do you ever have any arguments?
Well, once in a while we do, especially when I look some other woman. She doesn't like the idea. On Sunday, you take a ride to someplace, and see if by accident you look someone, and then we start to fight from there.
Is she driving while you're casing the sidewalk?
I just look at him.
Now, who wins these little spats, you or your wife, when you have a...
Well, Ursula, I have the last word.
You have the last word? I'm sure you do. And what is the last word? Help?
No. She says, shut up. And I say, all right.
Well, normally, I don't approve of a woman telling her husband to shut up, but after an old joke like that, I think she's perfectly justified. Well, I'd like to go on talking to you two, but it's time to play your life. Bet your life, huh? Now, you selected geography, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with?
Start with $70.
All right.
$70.
$7?
70.
Oh, $70.
$70.
Oh. What, $70, what formerly was known as the Sandwich Islands? Talk it over.
West Indies?
West Indies? West Indies?
Western Indies?
No, it's the Hawaiian Islands.
Well.
Lost half your $100, you now have $50.
That's where the Earl of Sandwich invented the sandwich. This is completely inaccurate, but I like to give our little historical facts here and there.
We take the $80 now.
You take the $80. You've been very successful with the 70, and now we take the 80. Okay, what country is directly south of Denmark?
Sweden.
No, I assure you can tell from the groan by the audience that it's Germany.
You lost half your $50, you now have $25.
Well, your wife gets a hold of you tonight, huh?
We've been so successful to get the $90, please. We take the $90.
Now, you might as well. You're riding high. Huh? You're just shooting along here. In what river do you find the Thousand Islands?
What is the Amazon?
Give us an answer.
Huh?
Niagara.
The Niagara?
The St. Lawrence.
You now have $12.50.
We shoot it for $100.
Oh.
All right, for $100, San Jose is the capital and only large city of what Central American country?
San Jose is the capital of San Jose. I know that. Costa Rica.
I sure thought you were going to say Australia, but it's Costa Rica.
And you wind up with $112.50.
Well, thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth dealers. I'm glad you won that last one. Since you are watching this program, you are obviously a discriminating person. Now then, what's some other discriminating people?
This is the Beverly Hills Hotel, one of the smartest of America's smart gathering places.
And this is the smartest of the smart cars, the new 1955 DeSoto Firefly Sportsman.
DeSoto symbolizes the exciting forward look, with motion expressed in every line. And notice the dramatic color suite that accents its beauty.
The new DeSoto's beautiful inside, too. Rich matelassé, genuine leather, and luxurious nylon woven with silver metallic threads.
But to really know this car, you must drive it. So flip the flight control lever and go. Then you'll really appreciate the new DeSoto.
You'll love DeSoto's big wraparound full vision windshield. It gives you the best front and side visibility of any windshield.
You'll like DeSoto's new Power Flight Takeoff, a smooth surge of instant power. And you'll like the way that power sweeps you over the steepest hills.
The smart new DeSoto is the car you'll be proud to drive. To the smart Bel Air Country Club or anywhere.
The new DeSoto, smartest of the smart cars.
So be smart. See the new 1955 DeSoto at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow. And when you do, tell them you know who sent you.
Well, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Betty Likens, Her partner is Mr. Joel H.V. Striegel. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Betty Likens, I'll start with you. Are you married?
No.
You're not married.
No.
Are you interested in matrimony? And if not, how did you ever get to be a girl?
Yes, I am interested in matrimony if the right man came along.
There is no such thing, Betty.
There isn't?
Take what you can get. Well, I'll keep my eye open, and I'll let you know if anything shows up.
Okay, Groucho.
Do you have a job, Betty?
Yes, I do. I'm a ground hostess with airport transit at both Lockheed and International Terminal.
Depending on the smog, huh?
Yes.
Your name is Joe or Mr. Strudel, huh?
No, Striegel. Joel H.V. Striegel.
Striegel, huh? How did you meet Mrs. Strudel?
I haven't met Mrs. Striegel yet.
Well, have you met Mrs. Strudel?
No, Groucho, I haven't met her either.
You're not married, huh?
No, I'm not married yet.
Have you ever been married?
Never, Groucho.
What is the secret? I mean, the secret of your single blessedness.
Well, perhaps it's because I'm looking for the perfect girl.
Betty, take a bow. Is there any specific thing you're looking for? Young, beautiful, rich?
Yes, there's one requirement that I'd insist upon, and that is that she be a vegetarian.
Well, and how would you meet her? I beg your pardon. What was that?
I said vegetarian.
You mean you want a horse doctor?
No, I said vegetarian.
Betty, I know this sounds silly, but this may be the most important decision of your life. Do you like carrots?
Yes.
String beans?
Yes.
Well, if you got married, would you be willing to spend your honeymoon at the farmer's market?
No.
Well, let's take a big holiday. For example, how did you observe Thanksgiving? You shoot off fireworks?
No, I enjoyed a delicious Thanksgiving dinner with
more
than 150 people who were members or those who attended the dinner of the Los Angeles Vegetarian Society.
Well, what did you have to eat? Balto?
No, we had a delicious roast of raw nuts and some vegetables. And we also had a salad with several different kinds of dressings. And we had something that tasted like cranberries, but wasn't. And
what was it?
I still have to find that out.
Well, you say you had...
And then I almost forgot, Groucho, the previous Thanksgiving, and of course we have a different meal at each Thanksgiving.
Oh, I should think so. I don't...
We had a delicious soybean roast at the previous Thanksgiving dinner.
A soybean roast instead of turkey, huh?
That's right.
I wonder which part of a soybean roast goes over the fence last. Oh, Joel, I've kidded you, but I really didn't mean it. I know there's a whole lot to be said for your philosophy. And right after the show, Betty and I will have a big steak at the House of Murphy. Is that all right with you, Betty?
Oh, fine.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life. Huh?
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $112.50. And the secret word is paper.
Now, you chose as your category familiar expressions using the name of animals or birds. Right. Now, one answer between you, your partners. Now, what are you going to start with?
The $50 question.
$50. What is the expression using the name of an animal or bird that means a compartment in a desk used for the storing of papers?
Pigeonhole, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Pigeonhole.
Pigeonhole is right, yeah.
You now have $150.
Now, what do you want to try?
70.
70, all right. What is the expression using the name of an animal or bird that means a large barrel or cask? What is a large barrel or cask? Has an animal's or a bird's name attached to it.
That is a tough one, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, you'll know it when you hear it. It's Hogshead.
Oh, no.
That's
You lost half your $150. You now have $75.
All right, now what are you going to go for?
Which one?
60.
What is the expression using the name of an animal or bird that means the inclined frame or bumper in the front of a locomotive? The front part of a locomotive.
I did know that. The which? No, that's not there.
See, if you weren't a vegetarian, you would know it was cowcatcher. Cowcatcher. Well, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, don't get discouraged.
You have $37.50.
Now, what are you going to go for? Big one or a little one?
I still for a little one.
All right. Make it the...
40?
40. All right.
What is the expression using the name of an animal or bird that means that the feet turn inward?
Pigeon-toed, isn't it?
Pigeon-toed is right. Pigeon-toed is right.
Wind up with $77.50.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Sorry you didn't win more.
Thank you.
Groucho, we heard about a very unusual couple in town, so I asked them to come down to our show, and they're here tonight. Prince and Princess Anago, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
A prince and a princess on our show? Well, what do you know? Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Prince, it's a pleasure to have you here.
May I reciprocate my happiness, sir?
Well, you certainly may. You realize, of course, I'm just a commoner. You aren't going to jeopardize your royal standing talking to me, are you?
By no means.
Well, you'll go a long way to find anybody that's commoner than I am. Prince Anago, now, just where do you do your princing? Where are you a prince, principally? I mean, in what principality? I'm as unprincipled as they come. Huh?
Well, in the Belgian Congo, in a little place called Tairira.
Tairira?
Yes.
I never heard of that.
It is roughly about 200 kilometers southwest of Luebo.
Oh. Well, since I've never heard of that makes it pretty clear up to now. Now, how many members of this tribe are there, Prince?
There are approximately 3 million.
I see. Well, that's quite a tribe, huh? May I ask how old you are, Prince?
I'm 30 and 5.
30 and 5. That makes you, let's see, Bayanoxik, Oxendreisik, you must be 35, huh?
Precisely correct, sir.
You see, I'm not accustomed to conversing with princes, Prince, so if I fracture protocol occasionally, I trust you'll understand.
Yes, sir.
For example, Princess, would I be beheaded if I asked your age?
I'm 20 and 7.
20 and 7. Now, let's see. 22, 23, 24. Stevens, you must be 27, huh?
Right, sir.
Well, Prince, you say you came from the Congo. In which part of the Congo were you born? There any place we'd recognize, like Ava Gardner or Ernest Hemingway?
The real surprise lies in this particular answer. I was born in East St. Louis, Illinois. I have...
Don't go away, folks. I'm just as curious as you are. It's not often we get an African prince with a British accent who was born in East St. Louis. Well, Prince, it's quite obvious that you weren't born to the royal purple in East St. Louis. Suppose you tell us your story, huh?
I should be most happy to do so, sir. I was born an undistinguished commoner. So I ran away from home. I went to New York City. I went into Horn & Houghton and applied for the job as a bus boy. About 6 months thereafter, I met a Britisher, and for 3 years he taught me Latin, Greek, and Shakespeare.
This was in the Automat?
Yes, sir. At his home on 72nd Street.
Oh.
And I read quite a few books, some 200, and to arouse my interest about Africa. I may say at this particular juncture, Mr. marks that I sort of hitchhiked, so to speak, into Africa. That is, I was a stowaway, both of us. It's a most unusual story, but a very true one.
I see. Now, Prince, what are your plans for the future? Do you and the princess intend to stay here, or do you plan to return to to Africa?
Well, I propose through our native rhythm dancing with the help of cafes, theaters, television, nightclubs, and possibly one of your extraordinary parties. You might one time have the need of us. We have 5 Congo drummers and orchestra. It's a most fascinating thing to see and hear. To get enough money to go back.
Could you show us a few steps, Princess? Just enough for us to get the idea?
I should be most happy to do so. However, my dignity is placed somewhat here, and that I do not have my drum with me.
Oh, you need
but
a drum.
any tool would do to beat on, since in Africa a drum...
What about a screwdriver? Would that be any good?
Yes.
Have we got a stool or something around here that the prince could use? Will you knock that stool pigeon off there and bring the stool out? Put it over there, George, huh?
Sure.
Now, do you need any music with this, Prince?
No, the music comes from my hand, sir.
Oh.
Put up!
Princess, that was wonderful, and the Prince is no slouch with the planadiddles either, huh? Well, Prince, since you're interested in raising money, perhaps we'd better get down to business. And incidentally, I hope you make it back to Africa successfully and that you can achieve your ambitions there.
Thank you.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life, huh?
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple is still leading with $112.50.
Now, you selected the dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. And remember your partners, one answer between you. Now, what are you going to start with? You can start with 10, 20, 50, all the way up to 100.
Let us be circumspect, John.
75.
75, no. 70 or 80?
80.
80? Okay. When one state surrenders an alleged criminal to another state, what do you call this legal process? When one state surrenders an alleged criminal to another state, what do you call this legal process? Talk it over.
I hear the name very well. See.
Well, I'm sorry. It's extradition.
Extradition.
You know, to extradite someone.
Well, you still have $50.
Now, don't get discouraged. You got a long ways to go. Now, what are you going to try this time?
50.
50? All right. What is a cudgel?
A cudgel can be a bat.
That's good enough. It's a club or a stick, but we'll give you the bat, huh?
Well, you now have $100.
Small ones are easy. The big ones are hard.
40.
40.
40? What is the Latin expression that means and so forth, and so forth, and so forth?
Ad infinitum or et cetera.
Et cetera, et cetera.
You now have $140.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, what are you going to go for? Easy ones? Little money? Hard ones? Big money?
What? 60.
60? All right. What is the word for an open excavation where building stone, limestone, slate, or granite is obtained? Where you dig it out of the ground. What is the word for an open excavation where building stone, limestone, slate, or granite is obtained? Where do you get these stones from? Where do you dig them from? An open excavation.
A tomb.
Oh, it's a quarry.
Quarry, yes.
And you wind up with $70.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Sorry you blew the last one, huh?
That means that Mrs. McCutcheon and Mr. Fava with $112.50 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
I want you to watch closely now, and you'll learn the best words there are to describe the new 1955 DeSoto. That's the story in a few well-chosen words, friends.
And you can take your choice this year of two great DeSoto V8s. The 185-horsepower Fire Dome at a new, lower price, or the new DeSoto Prestige car, the 200-horsepower Fireflight. Both great cars, styled for modern drivers.
Stop in and see them tomorrow, and tell them Groucho sent you.
Here's a little cover, Groucho, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Right in here.
For $2,000, tell me, in the poem by Longfellow, who was the sweetheart of Hiawatha? Talk it over. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Pocahontas?
No. You were plenty with her, but it's Minnie Ha-Ha. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, they lost the big money. How much they win the quiz,
I won $112.50.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Friends, go in to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you.
Be sure to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life on television. On radio every Wednesday night. And don't miss the big Chrysler Corporation TV show each week on another network. This is George Fenneman signing off with a message from the National Safety Council. Drive slow in rain, sleet, or snow.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now.
And here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. Victor Gook, all by himself. Mr. Gook is established at the library table, sorting through a pile of official-looking documents. We surmise he's doing a spot of office work at home. His labors are interrupted now, however, by a voice from the kitchen. Listen.
Vic?
Hi, Jay.
Mr. Donahue got the new job.
You did?
They called up from the roundhouse with the news only about 10 minutes ago.
You may tender my congratulations and best wishes to Pa Donahue. You may also
Listen, can I bother you a minute?
All right, Ed.
Excited as a horse.
Who, you?
Yeah. Isn't it grand, though?
Been chatting.
This is a step up they've been waiting for years. Traveling Inspector of Locomotives.
Quite a fancy title.
Been on pins and needles the last 6 weeks wondering whether they'd get the position or not. Didn't hardly dare let themselves think about it for fear they'd be disappointed.
Well,
I was puttering around in the kitchen and went out on the back porch to shake my mop. Miss Donahue was standing in her pantry window rapping on the glass to beat the band. Made wild motions for me to come running over. Well, I scooted across the backyard, and she met me at the door with the big news. Oh, boy, is she walking on air.
Donahue home?
Yeah, upstairs changing clothes. She told me all about it in whispers. See, he don't want an enormous big fuss made. He's going to go right along about his business as though nothing had happened. Pretty soon we'll see him start off to work. I want to keep watching out the window so we don't miss him. He won't be wearing overalls, Vic. He'll be wearing a blue serge suit and a derby hat. He's got a Kansas City freight drag at 4:45.
Kansas City freight drag?
Yeah.
Well, if he's all through being an engineer, how comes he has to
he
take a...
still rides trains and all. Only instead of being the engineer with his hand on the throttle and his head stuck out the window, he loafs around in the cab sitting on a camp chair. He's the inspector, see?
Hi, Ma.
He's the monstrous big inspector. Watches the gauges and meters and trash.
Who's home?
Keeps track of the steam. Checks up on the coal. Gives orders. Hey, you fireman, you, shovel out some ashes. Mr. Engineer, toot your whistle. Grand.
How do you do, people?
Hi, Sam.
I enter my home and holler greetings, and nobody pays the slightest bit of attention to me. I expect civilization.
Willie, step over to the window and watch for Mr. Donahue.
Is Mr. Donahue...
He'll be leaving the house directly to go to the railroad, and I don't want to miss seeing him. Scoot along. Holler the minute the door opens. He'll be wearing a blue serge suit, Vic, and a derby hat. Bought him over 6 weeks ago, just on the chance he'd get the job. You ought to hear her, running around like a chicken with its head off. See, he don't want any fuss made. He wouldn't have liked her to motion me over the way she done. We stood there in the kitchen doorway, and she told me the news in whispers. Some whispers. The roundhouse just telephoned. It's gone through. Traveling Inspector of Locomotives. Effective immediately. Oh, boy.
Well,
anything doing next door, Willie?
No. What's the idea?
Well, keep watching. Holler the minute he steps out on the porch.
What's the idea?
Leave our cell phone Ruthie. She'll want to know. Shall I? Expect you're ready to bite my head off, bothering you in the middle of your work this way.
I'm all through with the worst part.
Oh, call her then, huh?
Sure.
What's the idea, Ma?
You'll have to be still, Sonny. I'm going to telephone. 2572X, please. She may be downtown. I know there's a wash rag sale on at Hamilton's. Ruthie generally takes advantage of every wash... Donahue's?
Yeah.
Come on, Vic.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Donahue coming out on the porch?
Mr. and Miss Donahue both.
Hurry up, Vic.
Okay.
Mr. Donahue's all dressed up.
Derby hat, blue serge suit?
Yeah, looks like he's
One
going
side, Willie. Give a person room.
There's plenty
and
of room.
don't scotch your face out through the curtains where they can see you. Vic, why don't you...
I'm right here.
Oh. Willie, move.
Gee whiz, an individual
Yes,
attention.
sir. Derby hat and blue serge suit.
Very pretty.
Don't he look nice? Look, she's detaining him on the front porch. Probably realizes we're watching out the window and wants to give us a chance to get our eyes full. That's what she's doing, Vic. Detaining him.
Hey, what's the idea of all this?
Rush, you're not so big you need to take up the whole creation. Get them elbows down. Sure, she's detaining him.
What's the idea of all this?
Donahue just got promoted.
Yeah?
He's the monstrous big traveling inspector of locomotives.
Glad to hear it. Always glad to
Hang
learn.
back, will you? We don't want to be caught staring our heads off.
Telephone's ringing.
Probably Bluetooth Johnson. Bluetooth threatened to call me.
Probably Ruthie. I'll get it. Her phone rang when I called a minute ago, and she most likely had a notion it was me.
This new job pretty snappy, Mr. Donahue's got?
I guess it is. Rides around on engines, wearing good clothes and bawling out the firemen.
Hello?
He'll get them good clothes dirty, won't he?
I imagine so. Your mother tells me he's going to Kansas City on a freight drag this very afternoon.
And get that derby hat full of coal dust.
You can't hardly miss.
Where'll he sit down? They only got 2 seats in locomotives, one for the engineer and one for the fireman.
Pa Donahue lounges back in that camp chair.
I'd enjoy a job like that myself. I'd enjoy riding around.
Yeah.
I told Ruthie I'd call her back.
Mr. and Miss Caller looking out their front window.
Uh-huh. So they are.
Is Miss Donahue still detaining her wonderful big traveling inspector of locomotives on the porch for the neighbors to see?
Yeah.
Give a person some space, Willie, and keep back of the curtain. Looks awful nosy. 3 people all jammed in the window staring at the family next door.
Mr. and Miss Caller staring out their window.
Yeah?
Stovepoker just called my attention to the...
I say they are.
Miss Elders, too. I can see her silhouette.
Yes, sir. Vic, you know what I bet?
Uh-uh.
I bet Miss Donahue telephone calls and Elders. Bet she telephoned him and told him to keep an eye out for her wonderful husband with his derby hat and blue serge suit.
Don't sound like exactly the kind of thing Ma Donahue do.
Oh, no, but she's so excited. Not quite herself. I just bet anything she telephoned around. As far as that goes, I wouldn't be surprised by what she phoned Hushers also. Probably the neighbors all up and down Virginia Avenue are watching out their window.
Could be.
Just because she's detaining him on the porch there. See how restless he is? Hopping from one foot to the other. He's in a sweat to be off to the roundhouse, and she keeps talking to him. Why, I'll bet $9,000 she's got the neighbors primed to get an eyeful of her big, enormous traveling inspector of locomotives.
Well, I got my eye full enough. I've got to get back and finish my work.
Notice the lovely shoe shine he's got? Lovely shoe shine, derby hat, blue serge suit. Boy, is he the cock of the roost.
Off to the roundhouse. Pa Donahue is at last shaking himself free of his wife's clinging hands is on his way to the roundhouse.
Yep, there he goes.
Kansas City or bust.
Hey, you fireman, you, shoveling more coal. Toot your whistle, Mr. Engineer. How many times does a person have to tell you? Oh, I think it's grand. Straighten that curtain, Willie.
Okay.
Peachy increase in his pay and no more overalls. When he gets back from Kansas City, let's invite him over for supper. Give him kind of a halfway little celebration.
Okay.
Good idea?
Yeah.
You should have heard her whisper in my ear over in the kitchen a while ago. The roundhouse just now telephoned. It went through. Traveling inspector, locomotive. Effective immediately. Well, I'll phone Ruthie.
I'll get back to work.
Don't sneak off, Sonny.
I'm not.
Have to trot for groceries. 2572X, please. Yes. I feel so good for Mr. and Miss Donahue. They're fine, fine people. Deserve everything they get.
Well.
Hello, lady? Guess what?
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the producer, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. You heard me, producer. Well, I've become a movie maggot. Yeah, I produced a picture called The Man With My Face, and United Artists is handling the release. My release. No, Duffy, that don't mean they're going to get me a pardon from the warden. No, it's a very good picture. In fact, I just been practicing crying. Yeah, for me acceptance speech when they hand me the Oscar. Well, the picture stars Barry Nelson and... Excuse me a second, Duffy. Hey, mister, you didn't pay for your drinks.
Don't worry, I'll pay you later. I got to get back to the circus.
Oh, you're with the circus?
Yeah, Flugel's the name. I'm the general manager.
Oh, gee, I didn't know the circus was in town. Hey, Duffy, I forgot to tell you, my grandmother just dropped dead. Yeah, and I was wondering if... Huh? I should join me grandmother? I guess I'll have to charm the guy over. Tell me, Duffy, how's the buxom and monstrous Mrs. Duffy? She's real happy since she's been on that Hauser diet? Well, what do you think of it? Since she's been on it, she looks like a couple of houses? Well, Duffy, at least she's trying to keep her girlish figure. She's not only kept it, she's doubled it. Well, Duffy, as they say... Excuse me a minute, I'll call you back. Miss Duffy, what's the idea?
What do you mean?
How many times do I have to tell you we don't serve drinks to minors?
You mean that little fellow down the end of the bar?
Yeah.
He's a midget from the circus.
Oh. Well, what's he drinking?
A jigger of beer. I wonder why midgets drink so much.
Why? Well, you know, drinking is a complex with midgets. They like to feel high. And I wonder if any of the other circus people will be dropping in.
Well, the sword swallower had lunch here today.
The sword swallower, huh? Any of the silverware missing?
Well, I don't like to accuse anybody.
You mean that the guy actually...
Well, you know how after our customers eat here, they always burp? This one clinked.
What did he wash it down with, silver polish?
I don't know, but he seemed to enjoy his lunch. He said it tasted just like the Waldorf Astoria.
It should. That's where the silverware comes from. Oh, boy, what a racket that circus life must be, huh? Take that Flugel guy that was just in here. I wonder how he got started in the circus.
I don't know. He must have started as a fire eater.
Fire eater? What makes you say that?
He drank 4 straight shots of our bar rye.
Oh, don't poke fun at the guy, Miss Duffy. He's a big shot at Barnum and Bailey's, and maybe he can help me get back in the circus life again.
What do you mean, back in circus life?
Honey, ever since I was a kid, I've had sawdust in me corpuscles. I used to be assistant to the clown, you know. Him and me used to do a comedy act, dressed up like a horse.
Oh. Imagine, were you any good?
Was I any good? I kept my end up. Yeah, the circus had some great acts in them days. I'll never forget that pyramid act, you know. 9 guys standing on each other's heads. And the bottom guy holding 9 of them up. He was a midget.
Oh, wait a minute, Archie. A midget holding up 9 men?
Well, he wasn't a midget when the act started. Yeah, them was the days then. Snake Charmer, the bearded lady, the human skeleton, Jojo, the dog-faced boy. I wonder whatever happened to him.
How do you do?
Russian. Hey, what's the matter, Russian? You look mad.
Mad? I'm furious. I just went to my barber for a finger wave.
What makes you so mad?
Now I can't get my gloves on.
But, Russian, a finger wave is for your hair. What's the matter with your barber? Is he stupid?
No, he's cross-eyed.
That must be very confusing.
Embarrassing, too. Today I am telling him to shave me, so he's lathering my face and shaving the manicurist.
Kent, did it hurt her?
Yes, it was against the grain. Poor fellow, because of his cross eyes, every day he's losing money.
Well, how come?
He keeps putting his hips in the other barber's pocket.
Holy cat, a cross-eyed barber. It's a wonder Barnum and Bailey don't hire him. By the way, Russian, you been to the circus yet?
Most of course.
I like the circus. You do, huh? Yes, everything but the freak show. Well, what don't you like about the freak show? I have too much trouble. Oh. Getting in? No, getting out. You know something, Archie?
What?
My girl was a tattooed lady.
Your girl was a tattooed lady?
Yes, I have here a snapshot of her. I took when she was posing with a lion.
Let me see. Hey, boy, that's a ferocious-looking lion, but where's the tattooed lady?
How do you like that? I guess I didn't snap the picture fast enough.
Well, that must be a great life, though, to be a circus entertainer. You know, I bet you I'd make a good ringmaster.
Why?
Well, I have a nice personality and a divine smile, a lot of charm, good, strong voice.
Yeah, and you can throw it, too.
I beg your pardon?
The voice.
Oh.
In my case, I would like to be a lion tamer.
You, a lion tamer.
Why not?
But suppose one of those lions starts going for you.
Don't be silly. What would a lion be seeing in me?
Russian. Miss Duffy was just speaking gutsatorially.
Oh.
Actually, lions ain't so dangerous if you use the right psychology.
Psychology?
Yeah.
Psychology, yeah?
Yeah, you heard me. Psychology.
Say, pardon me. What caliber psychology would you recommend?
Well, look, Russian, don't be so snappy. You're talking to a master psychologist. And you know how we psychologists approach the lion today?
From the rear.
No, with understanding and kindness. Now, say you're strolling down Fifth Avenue, you suddenly come face to face with a lion. What do you do?
This is before or after lunch?
Well, that depends. Whose lunch?
The lion's.
Well, all right, then, before lunch.
Well, in that case, I would tip my hat and say, Buenos dias.
Why would you say Buenos dias?
By this time, I'm in Mexico.
Well, that's where you're wrong. You see, lions have feelings, too. You gotta treat them like human beings, you know, like they was people. So when you run up against a lion, you have a good thick whip to beat him with, and a chair to stick in his eye if he gets vicious, and maybe a gun to blow out his brains, but above all, brown lions should be treated with kindness. You see? You got to understand each other. After all, when you analyze it, what is a lion most interested in? He's most interested in another lion.
Why?
Are you a lion?
No.
Then what do you care? You see? The point is that the average lion has a very sweet disposition. It's just that he's so nasty that nobody notices. As Freud himself says, a lion is just a kitten with an overactive thyroid.
Archie, Sigmund Freud never wrote about lions.
I am referring to Floyd Freud, the veterinarian. He says psychologically, when a lion eats a man, in other words, a homeless human being, he's just eating him for inferior motives, you see. The poor lion is hungry, and naturally he wants to satisfy his B complex. In other words, it ain't a matter of whips and guns. It's a matter of inverted ego transcending over to Narcissus.
Archie, you are the only man I know that can make things confusing enough for me to understand.
Thank you, Russian. Yep, me head is made up. I'm going to be a lion tamer, guys. I can see myself already, walking into the big top. The crowd cheering. I'll be Fearless Archie, the king of the beasts. I'll walk into that cage with a steely glint in the eye, and them cats snarling at me, and I can... Down, Duffy, down. Now I'm rolling. Now, Duffy, open your mouth.
Why?
I want to stick me head into it.
Lum
matter what you now take for headache relief, we urge you to try Anacin for the incredibly fast relief these tablets bring the next time you're suffering from a headache. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100.
Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
As soon as that guy from the circus gets back here, let me know, will you?
You mean you're really serious about being a lion tamer?
Of course, but I want you to know that even though I'm the star of the circus with a dozen lions eating out of me hand, I'll still nod to me old friends.
It's a cinch you won't be shaking hands with them.
Well, I don't want to be too democratic. Now, let's see, what equipment I'll need. I still got to get a whip and a chair for me. Now, what else?
How about some dental floss for the lions?
Don't jest about this thing, Miss Duffy. It's something I've wanted to do all my life. And now, at last, me childhood libidos can be frustrated. The more I think about it, the more it explains that dream I had last night.
What dream?
I dreamt I was right in the middle of 3 rings.
3 rings, huh?
Yeah, and what else could that mean but a circus?
I don't know. Have you checked your bathtub lately?
You see if you can get a pass to the circus sometime. Just to show you that I know what I'm talking about, I'm going to call the guy from the circus right now. Hello, Barnum and Bailey? Mr. Flugel there? No, huh? Well, let me talk to Mr. Barnum. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Well, then let me talk to Mr. Bailey. Him, too? Well, it's nice that the partners are still together. I guess they ain't got much kick. It was a circus film while they lasted. Well, look, I happen to be looking for a good buy in an untamed lion. What size did I have in mind?
Something in it. It's a shame to take it away from its mother's size.
What'd you say, sir? Huh? Would I be interested in a young tiger that's full of life? Well, that depends. Whose life is he full of? Well, what kind of a looking tiger is he? Oh, he's standing right next to you. Is he real ferocious? Well, look, I don't want an animal that's too wild. However, if you could guarantee me that... Hello?
What happened?
I think he just joined Barnum and Bailey. Let me see. Where am I going to get a lion? You know, a real ugly beast with flappy ears and shaggy hair.
Oh, I hear you calling me.
You're a little shaggier than I had in mind, Russian. But maybe you do. You think you could become a lion?
Why not? 2 years ago, my father became an elk.
Look, cut the comedy, Russian. Look, Miss Duffy, come here.
Yeah?
Hand me that old buggy whip.
Oh, here you are.
Okay, thanks. Now, Russian, up on your hind legs. Good. Now, growl at me like a lion.
No.
Feeling nasty today, eh, Bingo? Well, take that. And that.
Please, if you don't mind. That whip just cut the suspenders off my pants.
Shut up, Russian, and get back into character.
I'd rather get back into my pants.
What we lion tamers have to put up with. Now, stand back, everybody. as Phyllis Archie walks to the... Hey, Miss Duffy, whose dog is that over there?
Mine. I just got him.
What do you want with a dog?
Well, with all the strange men running loose in this neighborhood, a girl like me needs a dog.
What is he, a retriever? Wait a minute, let me look at him. Hey, he's a Doberman Punchy, ain't he?
A Doberman Punchy? Who ever heard of such a thing? Just shows you how much you know about dogs.
Well, what is he?
He's a Duesenberg.
Well, it's a cinch he ain't no water spaniel. When did he have a bath last?
Archie, he's not dirty. Those are just his natural markings. You like them?
Hard to tell the way the markings keep moving around.
Say, Archie, how's about the line taming act?
I'm sorry, Russian, you're fired. The dog looks smarter than you do.
So you had to hire Barhead. Go ahead and train him.
Archie, you mean a fearless lion tamer like you is going to poke chairs at my little dog?
Duffy, the psychology is the same with dogs as with a lion. Same psychology, only with a little dog like this, you just use less of it. It's just a matter of showing him that fearless Archie ain't afraid of him. Now watch me. Rover, come towards me. Rover, come here. Come towards me. Quick, Miss Duffy, grab him before he goes out the door.
Okay, I got him. Oh, look, he's shaking. He's scared to death.
Of course he's scared. He knows when he's met his equal. Now put him on a bar over there, Russian.
Okay.
Thanks. Now, Rover, shake hands. Rover, shake hands.
Maybe he's waiting for a formal introduction.
I'll use reverse psychology. Rover, don't shake hands. There, you see how quick he obeyed that one?
Archie, why don't you have him do arithmetic?
You mean give the answers to addition and subtraction?
Yes.
But who around here will know if he's right or wrong?
We'll find out. Rover, now, put on your thinking cap. Now, what is 2 plus 2? Come on now, Rover, concentrate. 2 plus 2. Rover, it begins with an F.
Not that I'm being jealous, but I think I could do it better.
Oh, yeah? What is 2 plus 2? Well, after all, you're a human being. Hey, I got an idea. Maybe he ain't just up on his addition. Let's try him on subtraction. Now, Rover, how much is 2 minus 2? You're right, nothing. You see, it's just like I told you. It's a matter of psychology.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. It's big, better, more for your money. And here's why RCA Victor's new picture pickup brings in the best possible reception. Pictures are clear, steady, and bright. And RCA Victor television is million-proof television, quality-proven, in over 2 million homes. Best of all, RCA Victor 19-inch television is yours for little more than what was once paid for 10-inch television. And remember this, only RCA Victor owners can buy the RCA Victor factory service contract for expert installation and maintenance. So, ask your RCA Victor dealer to show you 19-inch television. It's in a wide range of table models, consoles, and combination instruments. And, by the way, here's the big RCA Victor record value. It's the new Singer's Single Series, 54 all-time Tin Pan Alley tunes by 9 of America's brightest recording stars.
Mr. Flugel, the general manager of the circus.
Hello, Archie. I came back to pay for those drinks.
You, a colleague, pay for drinks?
A colleague?
Yeah, I figure you and me may be working together one of these days.
Well, I do need an assistant, but have you ever worked in a circus?
Well, yes and no. I guess I did if you count that season I was going steady with the Siamese twins.
Did you have any fun?
Yes and no. And in addition to that, not that I want to brag, but I trained the big cats for years.
I see. And how are you on dogs?
Oh, pretty good. Why, are you interested?
Certainly. It's an important part of my business.
Dogs, huh? Well, I'm a Schlemalian that can change his spots. Miss Duffy, where's Rover?
He's over there in the bar. He hasn't moved a muscle in the last 3 hours, except to scratch himself.
Oh, we better have him degermanized. Now watch this, Mr. Flugel. Rover, come here. Rover, play dead. Pretty good, huh, Mr. Flugel?
But he's just laying there. He isn't acting.
What do you want from a poor little mutt, Lunton Fontaine? I'll show you another trick. Rover, go over there and eat the free lunch. Rover, go over there and eat the free lunch. There you are, Mr. Flugel.
He didn't even move.
That shows you how smart he is. And now for our next trick.
What's the next trick?
Arithmetic.
You mean he can count?
Well, I don't say that he can do advanced calcium. But he does a system of barks to take the place of digits, what he calls his digitalis system. But there's one thing you got to remember.
What's that?
When he don't bark, that means 0.
I see.
Now get this, Flugel. Rover, what's 2 minus 2?
2 minus 2 is 4.
Well, you know how dogs love to exaggerate. Well, Flugel, you see how well me and the animals get along? Do I get the job?
Well, as I said, I do need an assistant, but...
Say no more. I'll be back in a nonce with me whipping me chair. Gang, take care of Mr. Flugel till I get back. Huh?
Okay.
Okay, Archie.
Say, Mr. True.
Yes?
All my life I have wanted to be in a circus. Even as a boy, I wanted to be a bearded lady.
What happened?
My sister beat me to it.
Now, just a minute. There seems to be some mistake about my circus.
Why? Aren't you with Barnum and Bailey?
Certainly not. I own and manage Flugel's Flea Circus.
You have a flea circus?
Yes.
With fleas?
Of course.
Well, boys, I'm back. Bring on the big cats.
Archie, I think there's something you should know.
Don't bother me. I got business with Mr. Flugel.
But this circus of his
Look, butt out of this, will you? Well, Flugel, what about that job? I'm just itching to get started.
If you think you're itching now, wait till you get to the circus.
Yeah, huh? Now, tell me, how many animals do you have?
Oh, a few thousand.
Few thousand, huh? Boy, the place must be really jumping with them, huh?
It is.
Wonderful thing, them animals. You really get to love them, don't you?
Yes, they do get under your skin.
One favor I'd like to ask, Flugel. I'd like to be there at feeding time.
Don't worry, you will be.
Gee, thanks. Tell me, what do you feed your animals?
Oh, no special diet. We just let them eat a little off the trainer's arm.
Off the trainer's arm? In the long run, wouldn't horse meat be cheaper? Flugel, them animals of yours don't seem to be very tent-broken.
Well, they do get a little pesky sometimes. Last week, 6 of them ran away.
Ran away? Did you find them?
Oh, yes.
Where?
In my bed.
In your bed? What size animals have you got?
Oh, just average size fleas.
Oh, and that... Would you mind to repeat that?
I've been trying to tell you, Mr. Flugel runs a flea circus.
A flea circus? Then why are you interested in me?
It's not you, Archie. It's your dog, Rover.
Me dog?
Yes, the way he keeps scratching himself. You see, for Flugel's Flea Circus, I am also the talent scout.
Holy cat, a flea circus after me wasting all that time learning to be a lion tamer. Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Hand me me chair, me whip, and a magnifying glass.
we leave the tavern this evening, here's a word from Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
Oh-ho, open the pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Peel, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's P-E-E-L, Peel, and just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley in The Life of Riley. If you're meeting Chester A. Riley tonight for the first time, be prepared for a happy man who goes out of his way to change that condition. It's lunchtime at the California Aircraft Plant where Riley is employed as a riveter. He usually spends this hour chatting with his co-worker and friendly rival, Jim Gillis. Today, however, Gillis is strangely silent.
Hey, Gillis. Yeah? What's that you got there? Oh, this, Riley, is something to which a type like you never comes in contact with. It's a book. And I'm reading it.
Don't kid me, Gillis. You ain't reading. I've watched you for the last 5 minutes. You ain't even moved a lip. What's that book about?
It's about how to run a big factory. I'm taking that examination next week.
What examination?
Oh, the big boss Stevenson's trying out a new system. When a better job opens up, they ain't going to just promote a guy at ransom. See, everybody who wants takes the exam, and the winner gets the job and a raise.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Waste of time.
That's the trouble with you, Riley. You don't look ahead. You don't try to improve yourself financially.
Oh, and financially, I'm sitting pretty. I'm only 3 months behind with my rent. I'm satisfied with what I got.
You're satisfied. But is your family satisfied with what they got?
You bet they're satisfied with me. Why, Peg and me been married 17 years. We had 2 kids, and she ain't said one word about annulling the marriage.
You know, Riley, I made the same mistake you're making. I thought my family respected me, too. And then one day, I heard a lecture on self-analysis. The professor said, go look at yourself. So I went and took a look at myself.
Sickening, wasn't it?
Very humoresque. Believe me, it woke me up. I've begun to notice the little things.
What little things?
Oh, little cracks my family was making. Little digs. You hardly noticed them digs. Keep your ears open, Riley, and you'll find out why your family don't respect you.
Well, I know now why they don't respect... I mean, they do respect me. Go ahead, Gillis, study. You want to be a big shot, that's no skin off my nose.
Little skin off of your nose wouldn't hurt.
At least I got my nose trained. It keeps out of other people's business.
All I said was listen to see if they make them little digs, that's all.
I will not listen, Gillis. You're always trying to worry me, always putting ideas into my head. And I don't like it. There's no room in my head for ideas.
Oh, Babs, get your father's slippers. I see him coming up the walk.
Right away, Mother.
My, the poor darling. He looks so tired.
Yeah, poor Pop works like a horse.
Yes. And, Junior, don't you and Babs ever forget he does it for us.
Oh, I know, Mom. But soon as I'm old enough, I'm getting a swell job. Then Pop can be a loafer.
Junior, the word is retire.
Well, that's what I meant. A retired loafer. I better fold up the paper. Pop likes it nice and neat.
Hey, come home.
Oh, you're in here, dear.
Oh, hello, Dumpy.
Hello, Riley.
Hi, Junior.
Hiya, Pop. Hey, your shoelaces untied.
Oh, yeah, I know.
My, it's time you got some new ones, dear. Oh, those are full of knots.
Peg, is that a dig at the way I look?
Dig? Well, what do you mean, Riley?
Just remember, Peg, it ain't a man's feet that count. It's what goes on at his other end.
Here, let me tie it for you, Pop, so as you won't have to bend.
What's the matter? You think I'm getting old? I can tie my own shoelaces. Yeah. See?
My, you look funny when your hair falls all over your eyes like that.
Oh, so now I look funny. Ugly, maybe.
Well, for heaven's sake, Riley, don't be so touchy.
Oh, now I'm touchy. Nothing but digs.
Oh, Mother, you're the... Oh, hello, Daddy. I didn't see you at first.
You didn't see me. I'm sitting right here out in the open. Now I got no personality.
What, Daddy?
Oh, let it pass. Only when your father comes in the house, Babs, it ain't very nice to act like somebody just went out.
Oh, Daddy, you old silly. Here's a big kiss for you. My, you need a shave.
Now I'm a big slob. Hey, the least your children can do is show a little respect for their father.
Well, what's gotten into you? Stop acting like an elephant with a sore ear.
Now I got elephant ears. More little digs on them.
What are you talking about anyway?
Okay, I can take a hint. I ain't neat, I'm old, I'm touchy, I'm ugly, I got no personality, and I got ears like an elephant. Well, why don't you say it? Go ahead, say it.
Say what, Daddy?
What you've been thinking. If I hadn't married your mother and we didn't have you two kids, you'd never have even let me into this family. Ears like an elephant. I'll remember that. An elephant never forgets.
Riley. Oh, Riley.
Huh? Who's that?
It's me, Riley. Your conscience.
Oh. Well, beat it, conscience. You're always pestering me. Like last March when I was filling out my income tax.
Yes, I had quite a battle convincing you that you can't list a slot machine as a dependent.
Get away from me. I've got enough troubles.
I know, Riley. You're worried that maybe Gillis was right about your family. They don't respect you.
After all I've done for them.
Just what did you ever do for them?
I give them anything they want. Only yesterday, Junior asked me for a dime, and I gave it to him.
Yes, but you made him give you 2 nickels for it. And last week, when your poor wife wanted a new hat, she didn't get it.
Well, I was broke.
That's what you say.
No, honest I was. From the bottom of my feet to the top of my head, I was flat.
Then why don't you do something about it? Get a better job.
How can I? How?
Go back to night school and study for the exam. Unless you'd rather have your family ashamed of you.
Oh, I couldn't stand that. I'll go back. I'll study. I'll pass that exam.
That's the spirit, Riley.
I'll be a big success someday. I'll prove that my wife wasn't throwing away her money when she spent her last $2 for our marriage license.
Say, Pop, it's time for night school. You don't want to be late the first time.
Oh, no, that's right, Junior. I better go. I don't want to get in wrong with my teacher, Miss Jester. She's taking charge of the exam at the plant.
Oh, how come?
Well, the boss wanted a real teacher to handle it, see? So...
Do you think you stand a chance for the job, Pop?
I don't know, but I'll study. I'm going to work my head to the bone.
Riley, why are you going through all this? Aren't you happy with the job you have now?
Well, sure, Peg, but that ain't the point. I want this family to get someplace. I want my daughter Beth to be the best-dressed girl in school and get elected to the best fraternity.
Pop, sorority.
Oh, that's right. I ain't forgotten you either, son. You'll be elected to the best sorority.
If you can fix that, I'm going to like college.
Well, Riley, you're sweet to worry about it. I wish you all the luck in the world.
Oh, thanks, Conklin. Well, I'm off to climb the tree of knowledge, and I won't be satisfied until I'm hanging from the highest branch.
Now, let's begin your first session at night school with a very simple type of algebra problem. Come in.
Good evening, Miss Jessup. Teacher?
Oh, Mr. Riley. Pray tell me, what are you doing here?
I come to get educated.
I repeat, what are you doing here? Your record last year was unbelievably deplorable.
Oh, well, don't worry, teacher. This year is going to be believable. I've got a reason to work hard now. I want to take that test for the new job at my plant.
Oh, you are? Mm-hmm. Well, now, that's most commendable. I shall do my very best to help you.
Oh, thanks, teacher. I hear that you're in charge of that exam.
Yes, that's correct.
You're going to mark our papers on the exam, too, I guess, huh?
Naturally. Now, take your seat, please.
All right. By the way, teacher, I have a little something for you. Here. I hope you can use a pair of nylons.
Nylons? Oh, thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley, I trust this gift has no bearing on the exam. You know that I would never allow myself to be influenced.
Oh, no. You got me wrong. I'm giving you these nylons because you're so lovable.
Oh, well, in that case, I see no reason why I shouldn't accept your little gift. Mr. Riley, there seems to be only one stocking here.
You get the other one after I pass the exam.
Steele has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back with night school student Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. You know, people used to be real shocked when we told them they were grinding cavities into their own teeth, grinding in ugly cavities at the gum line by the daily use of toothpastes and powders containing harsh abrasives. But now millions of people use Teal to avoid such damage. Millions of people know that Teal cleans teeth without abrasives. They realize the tremendous importance of that fact to the beauty and well-being of their teeth. But do you realize that importance? Do you know that out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums, and that when gums recede, softer parts of your teeth are exposed, 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Yes, it's a fact. And those softer parts are easily damaged by daily brushings with toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. The chances are 8 in 10 you're risking ground-in gum line cavities right now, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Well, Teal alone of all leading dentifrices contains no abrasives, cleans teeth safely and gently with a patented ingredient. Therefore, Teal protects teeth from ground-in gum line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their sparkling best safely. Just follow the easy directions on the package. Everybody loves the tangy flavor of Teal, its refreshing aftertaste. Insist on T-E-E-L, Teal, the safe, liquid dentifrice. And now back to the Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Riley's been going to night school to prepare for the important exam that's being given at the plant where he works. The worker making the best mark gets promoted to a better job with a raise in pay. Now, the time has come, and poor, scared Riley is walking to the examination room, where he's stopped by a shifty-eyed man named Benny.
Riley, just a minute.
Oh, hello, Benny. Benny, is that the room where they give the exam?
Yeah. You taking it, Riley?
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go in now.
Hey, listen, Riley, want a tip on today's winners?
Well, you know I never bet on horses, Benny. I gotta go inside now.
Oh, you got me wrong, Riley. I'm branching out. Instead of the ponies, I'm in the educational racket. Now, I got here...
No, I gotta go, Benny. I'm almost late.
Better late than helpless, chum. Listen, you're taking the exam to win, ain't you? Natch. So I can put you onto a good thing. Straight from the feed box. I got here all the winning answers. Right here on this little cheat sheet.
What? Well, Benny, how did you get the answers?
Oh, I know my way around. Same as at the track. Now, with these here answers, you win by 10 lengths. Slip me $2 and it's yours.
But it ain't honest.
What do you mean it ain't honest? I take an oath these are the correct answers. Come on, Riley. Slip me a deuce. This is a sure thing.
No, I ain't no cheater. Anyhow, I ain't got no dough.
I hate to see a lovely character like you get left at the post. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm putting these answers here in your pocket, see?
No, I don't want it. Take it back.
It's in your pocket. Why make a fuss? If you don't use it, you owe me nothing. If you do and it pays off, I'll see you around for my cut. So long, chum. Keep your nose out in front and ride to win.
No, Benny, come here. Take it back. Benny, I don't want it now.
Who's making all this noise? Oh, it's you, Mr. Riley. If you're not inside in 10 seconds, I won't permit you to take the exam.
Oh, wait, Miss Jester, please. I've been training for this race. You can't scratch me now.
Only 2 minutes more, then pass on your papers.
2 minutes. 4 answers to go. Oh, gee, these are tough. I'll never make it. There's only one way I can get these answers and win.
Riley?
Listen, Conscience, beat it, will you?
Riley, don't touch that cheat sheet.
I ain't touching it.
You're pulling it out of your pocket. Put it back.
Well, I can't. It won't let go.
Riley, don't look at it.
Just one little peek. It's not for me. It's for my wife and kids.
They'd rather have you lose than cheat.
They won't know unless you shoot your big mouth off. I gotta be a success. That new job means more money.
How can you spend money you get by cheating?
I'll force myself.
Think of your family. They'll hate you if they find out.
You're right. I mustn't do it. I won't cheat.
Throw that sheet away.
Yeah, look, I'm throwing it away.
Mr. Riley, what's that you just took out of your pocket?
My hand.
And what is in your hand?
5 fingers. A thumb, a pinky, and a few middle fingers.
Let me see that paper you took out of your pocket.
Oh, wait, I'll read it to you.
Never mind, I'll read it myself, thank you.
Here's Miss Jessup.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Mr. Riley, I never thought you'd stoop low enough to cheat.
No. No, I didn't cheat. I took it out to throw it away, Miss Jessup, honest.
Mr. Riley, hand in your examination paper.
Yes, teacher.
Now you can go. I shall report your disgraceful conduct to your employer, Mr. Stevenson.
But I didn't cheat.
Please, leave this room.
Okay. I'll go. I just want to say one thing. You're accusing me of being a cheat. But I say like Captain John Smith said to Pocahontas before she chopped his head off. You're hanging an innocent man.
Is that you, Riley?
Hello, Dumpling.
Hello, Daddy. How did the exam go this morning, dear?
It went.
Oh, that's fine. I bet you can't wait for the results.
I can wait.
Oh, that you, Junior?
Yeah, it's me.
Why, Junior, dear, you've got a black eye. Oh, gee, what a shyness.
Junior, how many times have I told you not to go around fighting? Who was it?
Shorty Gillis. But I had to do it.
You've got no business.
I did it for you, Pop.
I can fight Shorty myself. What do you mean you did it for me?
Well, he called you a name. He said you were a cheater.
Forget it, Junior. Go wash your face.
Just a minute, Junior. He called your father a cheat?
Yeah. He said that...
Okay, Junior, that's enough. Peg, I guess I might as well tell you myself.
Well, what happened, Daddy?
Well, at the exam this morning, Miss Jessup accused me of cheating.
Cheating? Yeah. Why, that's ridiculous. What made her do that?
I don't know. Just because she found the answers in my hand.
Oh, Dad.
But it was an accident. I just happened to pick it up.
But where did it come from, Daddy?
Well, my pocket.
Oh, your pocket?
But I wasn't cheating, honest. I swear. I was going to throw it away. You see...
Riley, if you say you didn't cheat, that's good enough for us. We believe you. Of course we do.
Your word's good enough for us, even if you did it.
Gee, you're a wonderful family. I don't deserve such a wonderful family.
Now, dear, don't talk like that.
Well, it's true. I disgraced you. The whole neighborhood will know from Gillis, that scandal mongrel. And not only that, my boss will probably fire me for this.
Well, I don't care. The main thing is you didn't do it. Now, come on, dear. Eat your supper. You'll feel better.
No, Peg, I ain't got no appetite. I'm going outside and blow my brains out.
Riley!
Oh, no, just with some fresh air.
Who there, Riley?
Huh? Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
You're looking fine, Riley. Very natural.
Oh, maybe so, but that ain't the way I feel. Tell me, Digger, were you ever in a tight spot where you didn't know which way to turn? Sort of all boxed in?
Not I personally, but I know what you mean. And what's troubling you, Riley?
Oh, I don't feel like talking about it, Digger.
Oh, you know me, Riley. I'm your friend. If you're trying to hide something, I'll be glad to cover you up.
Well, you see, Digger, I took an exam this morning.
Ah, examination. Last minute cramming the night before. your heart palpitating wildly as you enter the classroom, your brain frantic as searching for the answer, lest you fail and be in disgrace. I adore examination. That's okay.
Well, this one wasn't. I was accused of cheating. But I didn't. I swear, Digger,
I know you wouldn't cheat, Riley. I've known you for years, and you've always been honest and above ground.
You mean above board?
Above ground is better, believe me.
The worst of it is, this exam was run by the plant, and now my boss will probably fire me.
Oh, my word, I just saw your boss a few moments ago, going into your house with Miss Jessup.
My house? They come to fire me. I know it. I gotta get home. I need that job. If I have to, I'll get down on my knees and beg for it.
No, Riley, be a man. Beat him to the punch. Resign before he fires you.
You're right, Digger. I've got my pride.
Speak right out. Tell him you don't have to take his gov, even if he is the kingpin.
Kingpin.
And head of the plant.
And head of the plant. That's just what I'll say. And someday he'll be sorry. He'll beg me to come back.
That's right. So just be patient, like I am. In my profession, we have a saying. Everyone comes to him who waits. Cheerio.
I'm sure Riley will be home in a few minutes, Mr. Stevenson, if you don't mind waiting.
Why, not at all, Mrs. Riley.
I imagine the incident this morning upset him considerably.
Oh, my, yes, Miss Jessup. He was afraid he's going to be fired.
Well, that's just like Riley, imagining the worst. Well, he's got nothing to worry about on that score.
Oh, Riley, I'm so glad you're home. Mr. Stevenson's here to talk.
I see him.
Yes, Riley. How are you tonight?
I'll do the talking around here, Stevenson. I resign. You can keep your measly job. I wouldn't work for you if you paid me.
Riley, what are you saying?
Now, hold on a minute.
I don't have to take no guff from you, even if you are the kingpin head of the plant.
Riley! Will you be quiet?
No, Peg, I got my pride.
Just a moment, Mr. Riley.
Yes, teacher?
If you'd allow Mr. Stevenson to get a word in, you'd learn that he's not here to fire you.
Wait a minute. You mean I'm not fired?
Of course not. You've still got your job.
Yes, Riley. And you can have it for life.
What a revolting development.
We realize that you had an opportunity to cheat this morning, but we know now that you didn't. I'm proud of you, Mr. Riley.
Well, so am I. But how did you find out that I didn't cheat?
Well, that sheet I caught you with had all the right answers. Yet when I read your paper, I discovered that you were the only one who had every answer wrong.
All of them?
Every single one.
Every answer wrong? Ain't that marvelous? It just goes to show it pays to be ignorant.
The Rileys will be back in half a minute. If you're smart, you'll start using Teal on your toothbrush right away. Teal instead of toothpaste or powder. Teal protects teeth from ugly gum-line cavities. Cavities ground in by the daily use of toothpastes or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives. Avoids the risk of such unnecessary cavities. Ask for T-E-E-L. Teal, the safe, refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Granny's, Abner, I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, at last the old fellows have settled on a plan for using the $10,000 gift that Diogenes Smith left the community of Pine Ridge. Mousy Gray was the author of this ingenious plan, which is supposed to provide enough modern apartment buildings to house every family in town and also to produce a profit of $320,000. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum and Abner in their Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum is just answering the phone. Listen.
Hello, jot 'em down store and library. L. Eddard's apartment house manager speaking.
Who made him the manager?
Oh, it's you again, Grandpap. Huh? Well, sure, there'd be a rocking chair in each apartment.
Grandpap.
I told you there'd be a complete furnished apartments all through there. Yes, sir, chairs and tables and lamps. Everything comes with them. Huh? Well, no, you'll have to furnish your own easy slippers.
For the land's sake.
All right. Goodbye, Grandpap.
That dog is old Grandpap is sure excited about that apartment building idea, ain't he?
Oh, yeah. If everybody's as enthusiastic about it as him, we won't have no trouble at all putting this plan over.
Yeah, well, how did he find out about it so quick, Lum? You been telling it to everybody?
No, just a few people. They get to see how they felt about it and all.
Oh.
Grandpap was one I tried it out on first.
Uh-huh.
I just said, Grandpap, if somebody was to offer you a brand new, beautiful, complete furnished, modern, up-to-the-minute apartment, one that you could live in free for the rest of your life, would you be willing to exchange your old farm for it?
What did he say to that?
He said, lead me to it. What do I sign? He was bound and determined I'd give him something to sign right then and there.
He was, huh?
Yeah, finally had to let him sign the back of an old grocery bill.
Well, did he think that was something legal?
Oh, yeah, well, he never even looked at it. Just wrote his name down and taken out for home like a scared jackrabbit. Said he wanted to tell his woman Charity all about it.
Yeah, well, we know we got one customer for sure, don't we?
No, don't you worry now. We'll get every family in this community.
We will, huh?
Well, this is the greatest one idea that's ever been studied up since the world started going.
Good for us.
Wish to goodness I'd have thought it up instead of Mousy Gray.
Yeah, reckon how Mousy ever come to get such ideas as this?
I don't know. He must be a genius, that Mousy.
Yeah, more likely that's what he is, yeah.
And to look at him, you'd never expect he was capable of studying up nothing.
No.
Little bitty head and Nora eyebrows and all.
Yeah.
Thin mouse-colored hair. But you got to give him credit now. He comes through with an awful good idea.
Oh, yeah, awful good. Yeah.
And I tell you, Abner, I believe it'd be a smart thing for us to sign him up some way or other.
Sign him up?
Well, go in partnerships with him or something.
Oh.
That way, we'll have a half interest in any more ideas he gets.
Why, sure.
He's bound to have some more.
Sure.
And if he can work out some more plans that'll make a profit of $320,000 right off the bat, he's a feller we ought to be associated.
Well, now, Lum, exactly how do we make that much profit? I never did quite follow that idea that Mousy had.
Well, that's because you ain't got a financial wizard mind like I have, I reckon. I catched on to it right off the bat.
You did, huh?
Yeah, it's simple enough, Abner. All we do is take the $10,000 that Diogenes Smith left to Pine Ridge and build one apartment house with it.
Yeah.
We put 20 families in the apartment building, and in exchange, they give us their old houses. And then we sell them for just $1,000 apiece.
Uh-huh.
That gives us $20,000. See?
Yeah.
So we take that and build 2 more apartment buildings, and, well, we just keep on doing that.
Doing what?
Well, building more apartments with the money we get from selling the houses of the folks that's moving into the apartments we've already built.
Uh-huh.
The number of apartment houses that we can build keeps doubling every time, see? And in no time at all, we got enough to take care of all 607 families there is in this community. And it works out so that the last batch of old houses we sell gives a profit of $320,000.
Well, good for us. But say it now, Lum.
Yeah?
Exactly now, how does that work?
For goodness sakes, I've been talking here for 5 minutes playing it to you. Look, we got $10,000 to begin with. Diogenes give us that. So we take that and put up one building with 20 apartments. I believe that's our ring. You better get it, Abner.
Yeah. I'll get it. Keep on explaining, Lum. I can listen with one ear.
Well, that's more than you've been using.
Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Oh, howdy, Grandpap. Grandpap again.
Oh, for goodness sake, he's getting to be a nuisance.
What is it you want this time, Grandpap? Just a minute, I'll ask Lum. He wants to know if we're going to furnish bird cages with them apartments.
Oh, of course not. Can't put in stuff like that.
No, Grandpap, you'll have to furnish your own bird cage. Just a minute. How about goldfish bowls, Lum?
No, tell him no.
No, Grandpap. Stereoscope?
No, of course not.
No, listen, Grandpap, if you want all them things, you'll just have to bring them yourself.
Yeah.
All right, goodbye, Grandpap.
He's sure getting himself all worked up about it. Got to know every little bitty detail.
Yeah, well, more likely it's Aunt Charity's making him ask all them questions. You know how servitive she is. All is affair, Grandpap's going to get himself into some worthless, no-good scheme.
Yeah, well, you can't blame her for that.
No.
But I wish Grandpap would quit calling up over here. Getting to be an out-and-out nuisance. I know one thing. When we all start moving into these apartment buildings, I ain't going to live next door to him.
Doggy, that's right, ain't it? We'll all be living right next to one another, won't we?
Oh, sure.
Hey, Doggy, that'll be awful handy for me if I live next to Grandpap. We could just cut a hole in the wall twixt us and put a checkerboard in the hole and then just sit there in our own homes and play checkers together.
Now, wait a minute, Abner. Don't you go cutting no holes in them walls. I mean, after we get the apartments built, don't cut no holes in them.
Oh, well, we'll just make a little bitty hole.
No, you don't now. You leave them walls alone.
All right. Doggies, ain't even moved into my new home yet, and already I can't do what I want to in it.
Now, Abner, that ain't the right altitude to take. If you and Grandpap want to play checkers, all you got to do is just open your front door and take about 5 steps, and you're at his apartment there. That's handy enough for anybody.
Well, yeah, it's handy, but I believe the other idea'd be a heap more fun. I could just sit there, and fact is I could put it close to the table there and sit there and eat with one hand and play checkers with the other.
For goodness.
Wouldn't have to even stop to eat. That'd be a good idea, you know?
I don't know what you'd want to do that for no way. You don't get no fun out of them games. You never get more than halfway through a game before you're both fussing and hollering at one another. I just hope I live on a different floor than both of you.
Well, which floor are you going to live on, Lum?
I don't know. Top floor, I think.
Top one?
Any floor that Sister Simpson ain't on.
Sister Simpson? Oh, that's right. Yeah, she's going to be living there too, ain't she?
Why, sure. Her practicing singing and playing the organ's enough to drive a feller stark raving mad crazy.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't know that. Well, I don't want to be near her, I know that.
She ain't even got no neighbors over there where she's at now.
My, of course she ain't. She won't have none of that apartment buildings neither. Everybody move out. You better not let her in there long.
Yeah, the worst part about it is she just knows about 5 different songs. Keeps practicing them over and over and running anybody crazy.
Yeah, what's that one that she sings all the time about that lower the gentle lark?
Lower. Oh, that's low, hear the gentle lark.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard her sing that.
Oh, sings it all the time.
Yeah, how she expects somebody to hear the lark with all that screaming she's doing, I don't know.
Oh, couldn't hear nothing that's going on.
We might have to build a little small apartment for her, away from the other.
Yeah, we better. A long ways away from them. We want everybody to move in, I'll tell you that right now.
Might put Walt Bates over there, too, with all them young'uns of his.
Oh, yeah, the way that pack of little Bateses run wild, they'll more likely have the building tore down before the paint's dry on it.
Not only that, they'd be running up and down them stairs all day long,
hooping
and hollering and playing Dick Tracy and Hi-Ho Superman and stuff.
Oh, sure.
Fella could never get no thinking done. They'd keep waking you up.
Yeah, then there's that Chadwick Foster. He'll more likely want to upstairs apartment so he can lean out the window and holler at everybody all day long, make them smart aleck remarks of his.
Yeah, Grannies, I can see now that there's some drawbacks to this plan after all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we better get Mousy to work on this some more and see if he can't straighten these things out. Don't let nobody know we run into some trouble already, though.
Oh, no, I won't read a word of it. No.
By the way, whereabouts is Mousy? Some other things about this I wanted to talk over with him today.
Oh, he's out of town. He took his woman Gussie and they went over to Hot Springs.
Hot Springs?
Yeah.
What for?
I don't know. He said some kind of a celebration. Somebody's birthday, I believe he said. A fella by the name of Parks, that's what he said.
Parks? Oh, wait a minute. I know what that is. Just read about it in a weekly paper down at the barber shop. Today is the 110th anniversary of the Hot Springs National Park. We ought to went over there ourselves, you know it.
Doggy, that's funny. This Mr. Park's birthday coming on the same day as the anniversary of the National Park, ain't it?
Abner, there ain't no Mr. Parks that's having a... Wait a minute, there comes Grandpap up out there. Suppose he's got a whole lot more questions studied up to ask us. Wished he'd stay home for a while.
Well, how old did you say this Mr. Parks lost today, Lum? 110?
Abner, I never said nothing about no Mr. Parks. The Hot Springs National Park is celebrating its... Oh, now, here comes Grandpa.
Well, if he's 110-year-old... Well, howdy, Grandpa.
Howdy. Wonderful world.
Yeah, wonderful world, Grandpa.
Yes, sir, sure is. A wonderful world beginning today.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to tell him to drive to? Tell who to drive where? Why, Cedric, of course.
Cedric?
Yeah, he's out there in the Macmillan's truck with Charity. Everything's loaded. Just tell us where it's at. Well, what's that? Why, that new modern up-to-the-minute apartment you gave me this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Amos, what is that you got there in your hand?
Well, that's a tag I took off of the world's greatest TV set.
How you know that's the world's greatest TV set?
Well, see right there on the tag, engineered by CBS Columbia.
Yep, that's the greatest.
Oh, yeah.
CBS Columbia, makers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers, present transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Johnny Lee, Ernestine Wade, Amanda Randolph, Will Wright, Roy Glenn Sr., Vince Townsend, Lud Gluskin's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
Hello there, this is Charles Correll. You know what they say about building a better mousetrap, don't you? Well, that's just what happens when you build a better TV set. For the past few weeks, we've been telling you about the sensational new 21-inch CBS Columbia table model with sweep tuning. It's the most exciting new set in the television industry today. And it's been so much in demand that dealers are often completely sold out in a day or two. Now, here's some good news. Just before we went on the air, my partner Freeman Gosden and I received a telegram from CBS Columbia. It says, quote, "Please tell our listeners that production of new 21-inch CBS Columbia TV sets with sweep tuning has been increased to keep up with the unprecedented demand." Unquote. Now that, I think, is mighty good news. Plenty more of these spectacular new bright idea sets are now at your dealers. So if you got there too late last time, plan to go early this week to see this remarkable new CBS Columbia TV set with sweep tuning. It's the first new idea in TV sets in many, many years. Meanwhile, remember that CBS Columbia is the TV set manufacturing division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, the greatest name in home entertainment.
Well, one of the greatest American pastimes is taking the IQ test that you find in the back of your daily newspaper. Right now, Sapphire is asking the questions from today's paper, and her mother and the Kingfish are matching wits.
All right, next question. Who invented the steamboat?
The steamboat, that's easy. Eli Whitney.
Robert Fulton. Mama's right, George.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Eli Whitney invented the machine for taking the cotton out of the gin. Or was it to get the gin out the cotton? Which was it?
Next question. Who were Tristan and Isolde?
Oh, that's a snap. I know that one. Tristan, he batted lead off, and Isolde was cleanup man for the St. Louis Cardinals in 1928.
You big dummy. Tristan and Isolde were two characters in one of Wagner's greatest operas.
Well, that's the last of the questions. Now I'll total up your scores. Let's see. Well, Mama, you only got 3 wrong.
Yeah, you big dummy.
Well, Mama, according to what it says here, that score says you're an adult of above average intelligence.
Well, never mind the old walrus. How did that come out? Is I an adult above the average intelligence?
Well, George, according to the number you got wrong, you ain't even been born yet.
No wonder he ain't never got a job. His brain is still in diapers.
Now, listen, Mama, Sapphire must have been slipping you the answers. Well, you ain't never impressed me as being no Phi Beta Kipper, you know. That IQ of yours, you would have to study to be a pinhead, I know.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I went out looking for a job, I wouldn't have no trouble.
Oh, what you talking about? I'll bet you that I could get a job fast and you could any day in the week.
Oh, I could get a job quicker than you could.
Oh, I could get one a lot quicker than you could.
Well, why don't you settle it?
What do you mean?
Well, tomorrow morning, Mama will go out and look for a job.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then, George, you can go out and look for a job.
Yeah, like the marinated herring said, I was all right till I opened my big mouth. That's all. Yes, Andy, that's why I come down here to the Lodge Hall to look for a job.
A job? Holy mackerel, Kingfish. You mean after all these years you was selling out to the enemy?
Well, Henry, I was forced into it. I said, I told him, I said, I could get a job before my mother-in-law. And if I don't, I'll be disgraced for life.
Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't want her to get the upper hand. I guess that old gal is about the meanest thing this side of the Iron Curtain.
Well, I got the classified ad section here. I done checked a few jobs. Hey, here's something here. Look here. Help wanted male and female. Thompson Department Store, new branch opening this week. Situations open in all categories. Applied employment office, room 508 for aptitude test. Many executive positions still open. And this is it.
Yeah, that's over on 134th Street. I know that place. That's a nice-looking store. The other day when it was raining, I went in there and tried on shoes for a couple of hours.
Yeah, tell you what I do. I'll go over to Thompson's, Andy, and I'll show my mom-in-law who can get a job faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they say here that you got to take an aptitude test, Andy. What's that? Is that where to take the blood out your ear?
No. That's to find out your IQ. I took one of them during the war down to draft board.
Yeah, how'd you make out, Andy?
Not so good. The man said if I was a horse, they'd have to destroy me.
Oh, no.
All right, pick up your papers on my desk here for the aptitude test. There you are. Here. Now, here's yours. You have a full hour.
Excuse me, sir. Can I have one of them, please?
Sure, here you are. You have a full hour. Take a seat at any one of those desks.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, George.
Mama, what you doing down here?
Well, I seen the ad in the paper, and I'm taking the aptitude test, too. And I bet you my brains will come out on top.
Your brains?
Yes.
I see better brains than yours laying on a piece of Melba toast.
We'll see about that.
All right, everybody, start the test. You have exactly 1 hour. All right, time is up. Time is up. Turn your papers into room 515. All papers to 515. You'll be notified of the results of the test by mail.
Holy mackerel, I just finished the thing in time. Oh, me, I wonder how I did.
Well, how'd you do, George?
Fine, Mama, fine. It was a snap. I went through it faster than Einstein going through Guppy's reader.
Well, George, I have some shopping to do. I wonder if you'd turn my paper in with yours at room 515.
Yeah. Give me the thing. I'll see you later, Mama.
Okay,
515 is down the hall here. Well, look like Mama done a pretty good job here on her paper. She's an old walrus, but she's a pretty bright old walrus. Yeah, if she did better than me, I'd never live it down. I wonder. Yeah, I'm going to do it. There's no one in the hall here. I'll scratch out Mama's name, put my name on her paper, and I'll put her name on my paper here. Yeah, there. Ain't no sense of taking any chances. Last time I took an IQ, I ended up by owing them 15 points. I ain't going to do that.
Carlo, why don't you tell the folks about the television set that's standing the TV business on its ear?
I'd love to, Charlie. Folks, we're talking about the Bright Idea TV Set of the Year from CBS Columbia. It's the brilliant new 21-inch CBS Columbia table model with sweep tuning. The first new idea in TV sets in many, many years. This is a set that's brimming with bright ideas. It's got sweep tuning, the quickest, handiest, most sight-saving station tuner ever built. It has a new cabinet finish that can't chip, crack, stain, scratch, or peel. It comes in 4 perky colors. Its graceful new slenderized cabinet fits any leftover space. And most important, it gives you a picture that's a joy to behold. Why, with its new giant-powered CBS Columbia chassis and built-in antenna, it actually outperforms many sets twice its bulk and price. What is that price? Just $165. That's right. Only $165 for a 21-inch TV set, including federal tax and warranty. This is the set you've got to see. Ask your dealer for a demonstration of sensational new CBS Columbia TV with sweep tuning.
Well, I better get in the apartment here. It was 2 days ago that I switched them test papers with Mama. I should be hearing from the department store any day now. Now, let me get in here.
Is that you, George?
Yes, honey, it's me.
Me and Mama been waiting for you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look, George, these 2 letters came today from the Thompson department store. One for you and one for Mama, and we've been waiting for you to come home. Open yours first, George.
Yeah, be only too happy to. Yeah, glad to hear. You got one too, huh, Mama?
Yeah. Let's see how you made out, Baldy.
Well, Mama, I got an idea in just a second here. You was going to be smirking from the other side of your upper plate. Let me get this letter open here. Now, let's see. Say here, dear sir, now listen to this. This is to inform you that as a result of your aptitude test, in which you scored a mark of 74, placing you 45th in our list of applicants, you have been given the job in our delivery department as a messenger. Kindly report Monday. Ha ha! Messenger, see there? There's brains for you. I got a job. Well, Mom-in-law, dear, open your letter.
Yes, hurry up, Mama.
Yeah, I hope it won't be too much of a shock for you. Yeah, I can see it now. Dear madam, it is our unpleasant duty to inform you that there is no place in our organization for lunkheads.
Now, George, you stop that. Mama, what does your letter say?
Yeah, what is it?
Wait, let's see now here. Dear Mrs. Smith, this is to inform you that as a result of your aptitude test, in which you scored a mark of 100, placing you number 1 in our list of applicants, we find you qualified for an executive position. We are assigning you to our delivery room, where you will have full charge of all our messengers. Kindly report.
Oh, no. As the salmon said when the fisherman put the gaff in him, I'm not only up the creek, but I furnish my own transportation.
Hello. Delivery room, Mrs. Smith speaking. Oh, yes, sir. I'll put one of our messengers on it right away. Thank you. Come in.
Excuse me, Mama-in-law, dear, but I have to deliver this big package down at 72nd Street. I come for car fare. Must I taxi it or must I bus it?
It's only 62 blocks. You're heel and toy. Pass the meat platter, George.
Here you is, Mama.
And you better get a move on down at the store, too.
Yes, Mama.
And where was you this afternoon when I was looking for you?
Well, sorry, Mama, but one of them big cases fell on my foot. And I went up to the infirmary to get him to stop the bleeding.
How dare you? In the future, if you got any bleeding to do, you do it on your own time.
Yes, Mama, I'll bleed on my own time. Oh, Andy is terrible, yeah. She drives me around the store like a dog all day, and then I gets it again at night.
Boy, that was certainly a nasty boomerang there. Getting a job and having your mom-in-law as your boss.
Oh, I tell you, Andy is terrible. My mom-in-law blasting at me all the time. The only peace and quiet I had in the week was last Thursday night.
Hmm?
She tried to eat a 4-decker sandwich and the jaws locked on her for 2 hours.
Well, listen, Kingfish, why don't you just up and quit the job?
Well, I can't, Andy. I can't give in to my mom-in-law. I can't admit defeat. I'm going to fight, Andy. I'll never be able to live with that woman as long as I live. I got to fight this out.
Yeah, that's right. If there was only some way that you could get the best of her.
Oh, yeah, if I could only think of...
Come in.
Well, Algonquin Jack Calhoun, how is you, boy?
Yeah, what are you doing over here, Calhoun?
Oh, I just come from the city hall. I had to go out of town last week, and while I was gone, I asked my best friend to see that my gal didn't get lonely. I even loaned him my tuxedo.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, he brought the suit back this morning, and guess what I found in the pocket?
What, Calhoun?
2 tickets from the Tunnel of Love, a dance program, 2 stubs from the second balcony of the Bijou, and a traffic ticket for night parking on Observatory Hill.
Oh, yeah, and you've been down to court to take some action, huh?
Yeah, I ain't gonna let no friend of mine get stuck with no ticket.
Well, we all got our troubles, Calhoun.
Yeah, well, what's the matter with you, Kingfish? Look at that face of yours. Last time I seen anything that sad looking was in a bowl of clam chowder.
I don't know. I messed myself up. You see, me and my mother-in-law applied for a job, and I switched aptitude tests. I switched the papers, and she ended up by being my boss. I really outfoxed myself this time.
Oh, yeah, that old lady is making a nervous wreck out of the Kingfish.
Well, if that's the case, the thing to do is get the old lady fired.
Fired? Yeah, well, how do we do that? How are we going to get the woman fired?
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me tell you what to do. Why don't you go to the boss and make up some story about her being an undesirable employee?
Yeah, Andy. Yeah, that's the idea you got there. This is Sunday. Tell you what we could do. We could go to the man who owns the department store, Mr. Monahan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we could go right to his home. Yeah, tell him that the old lady is... Just tell him that she's no good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make up something. We'll do it. Yeah, it's our only chance.
Yeah, well, I gotta leave now, boys. See, I'm having lunch with my cousin Murgatroyd.
Oh, yeah, Murgatroyd, the bebop hipster. Yeah, what are you doing lately?
Well, he got a job last week playing trumpet in the circus band, and the other night the band was playing the act for the Lions, and right in the middle of the performance, one of them lions got loose and jumped in the orchestra. And just like that, he done ate up the second trombone player and the piccolo player.
Holy smokes. What did Murgatroyd do?
He nudged the tuba player next to him and said, "Man, where is that Patrilla when we need him?"
Hello, folks. This is Freeman Gosden. I've been telling you for the past few weeks about CBS Columbia 360 Full Fidelity Sound. Do you know what broadcast engineers around here say about it? Well, they call 360 Sound the finest sound system in any TV set. Here's one of the most remarkable things about 360 Sound. It is not only a joy to listen to, but it actually improves the quality of the picture. Now, I have here a report of a group of scientists who tested CBS 360 Sound against the sound system of a well-known ordinary make of TV. The report states that 2 out of every 3 listeners felt the picture quality was best when accompanied by CBS Columbia 360 Sound. So there you have impartial evidence that you get more out of your television with a CBS Columbia full fidelity receiver. Its 360 sound system has not 1 but 2 speakers. Yes, 2 powerful speakers of special design with deep cones and husky oversized magnets. The speakers are mounted on opposite sides of the cabinet so that the sound is all around you. The whole room plays. Yes, the sound you get from a CBS Columbia full fidelity television set is never thin and harsh. It's always rich and round and lifelike. A perfect background for a perfect picture. That's why we can promise you will get more out of television with a CBS Columbia full fidelity TV receiver. Ask your dealer for a demonstration. You'll be amazed by the difference.
Well, Andy, here's Mr. Monahan's house. Now, you remember everything we're going to tell Mr. Monahan.
Does I remember what we're going to tell Mr. Monahan? Who's Mr. Monahan?
You big dummy. He is Mama's boss at the department store. Yeah, we're going to get her fired, you see.
Oh, yeah. I is all right now. Yeah. Knock on the door.
I sure hope he falls for this thing. It's my only chance, you see.
Yes, what is it?
Excuse me, sir. You Mr. Monahan, owner of the Thompson Department Store, ain't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I as loyal employee Stevens. You probably heard the boys down the store refer to me as Old Faithful Dog Stevens, the company man.
Oh, I haven't heard of you, but what do you want?
Oh, Mr. Monahan, I come here with important information that I feel you should know.
What is this information?
Well, Mr. Monahan, this is Mr. Brown right here. I think we better step inside, because what we're going to brood about is rather confidential, and I'd rather do my brooding behind closed doors, you see.
Very well. Come in.
After you, Andy.
Yeah.
Take off your hat.
Now, what is all this about?
Mr. Monahan, it is my painful duty to inform you that you has a monster in your employ.
Yeah, and besides that, she's a nasty old lady.
Her name is Ramona Smith.
You mean Ramona Smith from the delivery room?
Yes, known in your employment records by that name, but known to the police of 4 continents as Ruthless Ramona, the child deserter.
What? Child deserter?
Yes, sir. While she labors in your store, this heartless woman has left 12 children at home, ages 2 to 9, without no parenthetical care. This man right here is here to confirm it. Here's her husband right here, this fellow.
Her husband?
Yeah, that's right. This poor unfortunate that she cast aside like a dried-out banana peel.
Yeah, that's me, all right. That's me.
Well, now, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. You mean to say that while she's working, she's neglecting her children? Why, she makes a good salary at the store.
Listen, mister, me and the kids never sees a dime of it. On payday, she goes right from the cashier's window to the racetrack.
Yes, it's a sad thing, mister, sad thing.
Oh, yeah. Last week, she put the food money on a 3-horse parlay. Me and the kids listened to the race on the radio. Oh, I tell you, mister, it broke their little hearts when their New England boiled dinner pulled a tendon in the stretch.
Why, this is terrible. Betting the food money on horses.
Yeah, well, that ain't the half of it. The kids are starting school tomorrow, and they ain't got no clothes.
No clothes?
No, sir. Unless the old lady comes up with a winner today at Bay Meadows, them kids is going to have to barefoot it, the PS-32 and the BVD. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, mister, this is terrible. Just terrible.
But wait a minute here, wait a minute. You're the father. Why don't you do something for these poor, neglected children? You're a man. Why don't you do something?
Well, you see, Yeah, Kingfish, why don't I?
Well, don't forget, Miss Brown, you was a sick man. You practically left the dying bed to stag over here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I am sick as a dog, mister.
Well, this is certainly a sorry state of affairs. A woman neglecting her family. I won't have this woman disgrace my department store.
Yeah.
She'll receive her notice first thing tomorrow morning.
Oh, good.
You've done a great service to the company, Stevens, and I won't forget this.
Oh, yeah, sir. I done it out of loyalty. Like I say, Loyal Stevens, they call me the old faithful dog.
Why, that woman ought to be behind bars.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah. So thank you very much, and good day, sir.
Yeah, good day.
Oh, Andy. I didn't think we could do it, Andy, but we done pulled it off. I got my mom-in-law fired. It was great work. What's the matter with you, Andy?
Well, I was just thinking. If I was as sick as I was supposed to be, I'd better go home and lay down for a while.
Oh, no. Well, nice of you boys to walk with me back to my apartment. I'm a little tired.
Yeah, I guess you had a big day at the store with your mom-in-law getting fired.
Kingfish, this is the dirtiest trick you ever done. Getting your poor mom-in-law fired? She must be heartbroken. Amos, she don't even know what hit her. They fired her this morning. She tried to see Miss Monahan, but they threw her right out the store.
Oh, yeah, I guess this will convince her that men's is more smarter than women's.
Well, Kingfish, the only thing I hopes is that you get the new boss that's 4 times worse than your mother-in-law. That'll teach you a lesson.
Oh, take it easy, Amos.
Well, there ain't no chance of that happening, Amos. They're giving another one of them aptitude tests to pick a new boss. They put an ad in the paper, and it's open to all the employees of the store, everybody else.
Yeah, and you got 100 in the last one. With your experience and everything, you'll probably get a higher mark than it's even possible to get.
Kingfish, don't you feel a little sorry for your mother-in-law? Don't be silly, Amos. That's like the worm feeling sorry because the early bird didn't get his 8 hours sleep. Well, what's going on here, fellas? What's going on here?
They just posted the results of the aptitude test for the head of the delivery room.
Well, let me see here. Look at there. First, Stevens. Well, how you like that?
Well, you certainly must have a good mark.
Oh, yeah,
Uh-oh. Here comes Mr. Monahan.
All right, quiet, everybody, quiet.
Yes, sir.
Quiet, please. I guess by now you've all seen the results of the aptitude test for the new head of our delivery room.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, we see the thing, yeah.
It was unfortunate we had to get rid of Mrs. Smith, but I think this time we really have the right person for the job.
Yeah, I agree with you there, yes, sir.
The results of this test show that this person has intelligence, resourcefulness, and outstanding leadership ability.
Yes, sir. I'm forced to agree with you again there.
And now, gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the new head of the delivery room, the one who got the highest mark in our aptitude test that was open to everyone. Come in, please. I want you to meet your new boss, men, Mrs. Sapphire Stevens.
How do you do, everybody?
Oh,
Well, folks, we'd like to say goodnight for our sponsor, CBS Columbia, manufacturers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers.
That's right, folks. These sets are engineered by CBS Columbia.
We're inviting all of you to go in and see the brand new CBS Columbia sets for 1955. And when you do so, would you be kind enough to tell the dealer that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Tonight's program was brought to you by CBS Columbia, manufacturers of full-fidelity television receivers. Now stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Of Great Nuts bring you George Burns and Gracie Allen with Tony Martin, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and yours truly, John Conklin. All right, Ray. 1, 2. The vital food energy everyone must have to carry through till noontime feeling swell. Why, an average serving of Great Nuts, that's 2 tablespoonfuls with whole milk or cream and fruit, contains more varied nourishment than many a hearty meal. And so remember that in the case of children who aren't hungry in the morning, or adults who prefer a light breakfast, Great Nuts make even a light breakfast a safe breakfast. A breakfast that's packed with food energy. So start off the day right with Great Nuts. Your grocer has them in the yellow and blue pack. Roses are red, violets are blue. Almonds are nuts, and so are George and Gracie. And here they are, those 2 great nuts.
Thank you. Hello, Gracie?
George, you better be careful with me tonight.
I better be careful?
And that goes for you, too, George.
I say.
You better not stop on my toes tonight, or I'll tell you a thing or a couple.
A thing or a couple?
Yeah.
You mean a something or two. That's what you mean. Gracie, you don't sound very happy.
Oh, I'm happy. It's my uncle who saw.
Gracie, say hello.
Hello.
Well, that's better. Now, what's your uncle saw about?
Well, when he went to bed last night, he hung his underwear on the bench, and somebody in the park stole it.
Your uncle sleeps in the park?
Well, certainly. What do you think he's got, insomnia?
Suppose he sleeps in the park and then he dreams that he's staying at the Ambassador Hotel.
No, their rates are too high.
Oh, they are.
Yeah. You see, Unky is trying to cut down expenses, so he just dreams that he has a small room at the Biltmore.
Oh, yeah. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
If your Unky keeps on sleeping on a park bench, he'll be known as rent-free of the mountain.
That's very funny, George.
That's my own stuff.
Oh, dear. I think you've got a great future in humor.
You mean humor, comedy?
No, humor, Arizona.
Quiet.
George, old boy.
Yes, sir, Ray.
Well, I say, didn't you notice anything?
No.
Well, how do you like this suit I'm wearing?
Oh, it's beautiful. Is it new?
No, it's 6 years old.
6 years old?
Yes, this is the first time I've worn it.
Well, why didn't you wear it when you first bought it?
Well, I was very stout in those days, you see. And then when I went for a fitting, I couldn't get it on.
Ray, if you get any thinner, you'll look like an umbrella standing in the corner.
Yeah, and if Ray had a corner, he could open a cigar store.
I know.
If he had my uncle, he could open a safe.
Oh, quiet with your uncle. Your uncle is silly. It's a silly uncle.
Would you believe it, George? I lost 10 pounds since I bought this dress.
What did you do, diet?
Yeah, it's always in this color.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
George, I'm still at the microphone.
So what?
Well, haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes, they went that way.
Thankfully.
Yes. Ray, why don't you go back to sleep in the park with Gracie's uncle?
Papa?
Yes.
Sounds like a charming place. Is it exclusive?
Oh, definitely. They only allow one bum on a bench.
Say, George.
Yeah, yes, Tony.
I saw your picture down from the Stress last night at the Pantages Theater, and it looked swell.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Tony.
Gracie and John Conti were sitting with me, and you know me, George. I'm a pretty tough critic.
Well, Tony, coming from you...
You might not have been awfully good in this picture, but I still think it's the best picture you ever made.
Oh, thanks, Tony, and don't think I'll forget this when your option is due for renewal.
Don't listen to Tony, George. If you'd have been any better, you'd have been pretty fair.
Call that a pretty nice compliment.
Sure, it's better than you can get from anybody else.
Well, then I'll take a case. Yeah.
George, remember the part in the picture where you tell that joke to Fred Astaire?
Yeah, that was quite funny. I enjoyed that
Tony
part.
was in hysterics.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Oh, I'm telling you, Tony laughed his head off.
Really?
Oh, well, he was laughing so hard that the usher had to come down and take the funny paper away from him.
I say, while I was telling a joke, Tony was reading a funny paper.
Yes.
Well, Tony, you certainly surprised me.
Yeah, he surprised me, too. I didn't know he could read.
Well, I didn't either.
I say, George, if you're writing jokes for a funny paper, here's one I made up. Who is it that lives at the Biltmore and sleeps on a bench?
You sure you made that up?
Oh, yeah.
Lives at the Biltmore and sleeps on a bench. Judge Sam Tralapass.
No, Gracie's uncle.
Oh, go away.
Oh, why don't you all stop ribbing George about his picture?
That's all right, Johnny. They don't worry me.
Well, they shouldn't, George. I saw the picture, and you can't be as bad as everyone says you are.
Oh, he could, too.
Yeah, well, wait till you see me in our new Paramount picture, College Swing.
You love George, Johnny. Why, I do a scene with George where Edward Everett Horton is sensational.
Well, I'm sure I like Horton, Gracie.
Gracie, what about me?
Oh, then you like Horton, too, George.
Well, it's quite encouraging.
By the way, Tony, isn't your picture going into the Grauman's Chinese Theater?
Sure, John, and don't miss it. It's a beauty.
I'll say it's a beauty, John. It's one of the prettiest theaters in Hollywood.
Oh, is it? Really? Where is it, George?
Where is it? Don't you know Grauman's Chinese?
No, but I know my laundryman is.
Look, it's very hard for me to stand here and talk with an empty head.
George, you're just self-conscious.
Yes, on your mother's side.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, Gracie, who's in this picture, College Swing, with you?
Well, there's Edward Everett Horton, and Betty Grable, and Jackie Coogan, and Ben Blue, and Florence George, and John Kane, and Cecil Cunningham.
Oh, Gracie, haven't you forgotten somebody?
Let me see. Martha Ray.
Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Gracie, you're still forgetting somebody. Now, I'll give you a little hint. He's medium build, and he's quite good looking.
Well, sort of pretty, but...
And he wears clothes well.
Yes, and baby blue eyes.
Oh, now wait. And he tells jokes well, and he has a nice personality, and he's on the radio, and his name starts with a B?
That's right.
Bob Hope.
You guessed it, Tony the song.
I can see you and I as we were in days gone by, when the mighty organ played, "Oh, promise me." I was yours, you were mine, it was orange blossom time, when the mighty organ played, "Oh, promise me." The day I placed that ring upon your finger will forever linger in my adore you, I do. night through Love Land, we'd wander, sweetheart, telling love stories anew. Out of the blue sky, a dark cloud came rolling, breaking my heart in two. Don't leave me alone, I love only you. You're the one rose that's left in my
That was Tony Martin, 20th Century Fox star, singing When the Organ Played Oh Promise Me and the One Rose. You know, Tony, there are lots of singers on the air, but your voice has got something that's a little bit different.
Thank you, George.
Yes, Tony's voice is delicious.
Yes, it's adorable.
Oh, it's crisp, it's crunchy.
Yes, and with sugar and cream, it makes a safe breakfast.
Settle.
Yeah. Gracie, that happens to be what John Conley says about grape nuts.
Well, if it's good enough for grape nuts, and grape nuts are good enough for millions of people, then it certainly ought to be good enough for Tony, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean. I have an idea. Gracie, did you have to study nights to become an imbecile?
No, I was smarter than the rest of the kids. I didn't have to study.
You must have been a pretty bright imbecile.
I was. When I went to school, I studied art and sewing.
Art and sewing. And did you learn anything about art?
Yes, I found out he was married, so I gave him up.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
And what about sewing?
I'm sewing him now for breach of promise.
Well, I sewing that coming, and I didn't Duffy. Oh, yes. I can't stop me. I just go on forever.
George, old boy.
Yes, Ray.
How do you like my tie?
I know. It's brand new, and you got it 4 years ago.
Oh, no. I got it from Mrs. Noble for Christmas. Well, it's very pretty, right? It can also be used as an umbrella cover.
Oh, go away. Go play with your ball.
It took me about 3 hours to put it on this morning. You see, I forgot to take the umbrella out.
Ray, this talk of yours is driving me silly.
Yeah, me too. George, let's talk about my sister.
I'm not interested in your sister.
Neither is Mr. Phillips.
Oh, Mr. Phillips?
Yeah.
Who is Mr. Phillips?
Oh, he's the fellow she was supposed to elope with.
Oh, I see.
She was engaged to him for 5 years, but it wasn't long enough.
The engagement wasn't long enough.
No, the ladder.
Oh, the ladder. The ladder wasn't long enough.
No, you see, it wouldn't reach to her third floor window.
So what?
So what? So he eloped with the girl on the second floor.
Call that quite a twist.
Yes, but she married the fellow on the fourth floor, and they're living happily on the fifth floor.
Tracy, you forgot to mention the sixth floor.
Well, that's another story.
Oh, it is.
But it isn't as good as my mystery story. Now, my
You
mystery
see,
story...
Tony, all I did was try to compliment you on your song, and look what I started.
Well, if that one mention caused all this talk, I wonder what would happen if I told Gracie I hired a secretary just to answer my fan mail.
You're kidding. Got yourself a secretary just to answer your fan mail?
Sure. Sometimes I get a whole stack of mail.
Oh, then he has to answer your bills, too, huh?
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I killed that guy. I did that with my own little hatchet
Say, Johnny.
Yes, Johnny.
Will you call my secretary, Godfrey? He's out in the hall.
Right.
Oh, Godfrey.
Wise guy, eh? I'll prove you I get about 500 fan letters a week.
This way, Godfrey.
Tony, here's your secretary.
Yes, sir? Godfrey, this is Mr. Burns, Miss Allen, Mr. Noble, and Mr. Conti.
All right, Mr. Martin. I'll read it back to you. Mr. Burns, Miss Allen, Mr. Noble, Mr. Conti, gentlemen. Continue, Mr. Martin.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
No, Godfrey. I just brought you in to prove something. How many fan letters did I get today?
Just a postcard from Alice Faye, sir.
And it probably came collect.
Say, Godfrey, you look familiar to me. Do you buy your clothes at Bullock's?
No, miss.
At the Pig and Whistle?
Pig and Whistle?
Yes.
Gracie, you don't buy clothes at the Pig and Whistle. That's a restaurant.
My brother got a coat there.
Oh, quiet. So, Tony, your fan mail is a postcard from your wife, huh?
Oh, yeah? Godfrey, how many fan letters did you answer Saturday?
600 letters, sir.
600 fan letters?
You see, Saturdays I work for Bing Crosby, sir.
Oh, you do, huh?
Godfrey, do you answer any fan mail for Clark Gable?
Yes, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Well, how do you like my handwriting?
Beautiful, miss.
Oh, what do you do on Tuesdays and Saturdays? Sunday?
I work for Robert Taylor and John Barrymore.
Don't you get a day off?
For sure, on Monday, when he answers Tony's stand there.
Yeah, that's the day I'll take off, too. Don't mind her, Tony. She doesn't know what time it is.
Mr. Burns, maybe you'd like to buy her a watch. I can get you one 10% above wholesale.
You also sell watches?
Yeah, I'm out to make $1.
Oh, I can see that.
Godfrey, you certainly look familiar. And you don't buy your clothes at Bullets, huh? Do you ride horseback?
No, miss.
Do you play tennis?
No, miss.
Do you dance?
Yes, miss.
Oh, good. Then let's dance.
Oh, quiet. The whole thing is giving me a headache.
Mr. Burns, would you like to buy some aspirin?
Tony, what is this secretary of yours? At a department store?
Why, George?
I bet he sold you the suit you're wearing.
I think, Godfrey, why don't you sell George the suit he's wearing?
Why doesn't he sell me the suit I'm wearing?
Yes, it will certainly fit better than the one you've got on, old chap.
Look, Ray, will you go away and take Godfrey with you?
Come on, Godfrey.
Now, George, you can't talk that way to Tony's secretary, and I think you ought to apologize to him.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Allen. No hard feelings, Mr. Burns. Do you smoke?
Why, yes, Godfrey.
Good. Will you buy your cigars from me?
How do you like a guy like that? He sells aspirin, cigars, watches, suits, and he's also a secretary.
Oh, Godfrey, I just still can't place you.
Can't place him,
You sure you don't buy your clothes at Bullets? Huh?
No, miss.
He said no.
Were you at Lady Cameron's party Sunday?
No, miss.
No. Weren't you in the upper box at the opening of the Metropolitan Grand Opera season?
No, miss.
No.
Look, Gracie, this can go
Now,
on.
wait a minute, George, wait. Oh, wasn't your picture in the newspaper watching the coronation in England?
No, miss.
No. Oh, I got it. You're the doorman at the Trocadero.
That's right.
That's all I want to know, Ray. You know, Ray, I played some of your records at a party last night, and the guests ate them up.
No, did they really, George? Are they cheaper than sandwiches?
I wouldn't know, Ray. I never played a sandwich.
Oh, you should try one sometime.
I will.
George, do you know what this conversation of yours and Ray's is doing to our listeners?
No. What?
Well, it's keeping them from hearing about my mystery.
Oh, yeah. You're writing another mystery.
Well, yes, it's a murder mystery, and it takes place in an expensive nightclub, and the title is Slay It With Music.
Slay It With Music?
Yes, or Death Begins at $8.40.
Well, it's a nice title.
Do you want to hear about it?
No.
You don't want to hear about the mysterious murder that was committed in the nightclub right under the head waiter's nose?
No, Gracie, I don't.
You're not interested in knowing why the pearls were stolen and how the detectives had to eat 500 oysters before they found the pearls?
No, Gracie, I'm not.
Oh, well, then you wouldn't like to know how the busboy tracked down the murder by identifying the waiter's fingerprints in the soup.
No, Gracie, I wouldn't.
All right, then, listen.
Oh, nuts.
The play starts with a wealthy Don eating some ham and eggs in the nightclub.
In other words, the scene is laid in the nightclub.
Well, yes, but the eggs were laid in the hen house.
Gracie, I don't want to hear any more about this mystery of yours.
Well, I was coming to that, George. Johnny Conti.
Yes, Gracie.
Now, you play the part of the wealthy diner.
The wealthy diner who's eating ham and eggs.
Mm-hmm. But your feminine companion, an exotic, exciting, exquisite, exhilarating creature, is eating lobster.
Why is this exotic, exciting, exquisite, exhilarating creature eating lobster?
I don't like ham and eggs.
I see what you mean. Gracie, do you have to tell me about this mystery play?
Well, no, but I will.
I say.
Tony!
I'm waiting, Gracie. What part do I play?
Well, you play a suspicious-looking character in a checkered coat.
Checkered coat? A checkered coat. Where will I get a checkered coat?
In the check room.
I suppose Tony finds a loud vest in the vestibule.
Yeah, and a pair of pants
in the back. Well, all right, Tony, you're a suspicious character, and Johnny Conti is a wealthy diner.
Oh, yes. And just as Johnny finishes his ham and eggs, somebody howls murder. And they find the orchestra leader dead.
The orchestra leader is dead.
Well, everybody thinks he's dead, but they discover that it's only Ray Noble.
Well, that's a natural mistake, don't you think so?
Yes, I think so.
I do, too. George, old boy, did I hear somebody say that I was dead?
No, Ray. There's a mistake. The people just think you're dead.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, old man, because if I'm dead, I ought to stop paying my life insurance.
Pay it, Ray. If they ever get a look at you, you'll be able to collect it.
Now, please, Well, anywho, the police finally rush to the nightclub, and while they're there, the proprietor robs them. That's you, George.
I'm the proprietor of the nightclub, and I rob the police.
But sure, you charge them $3.50 for a steak sandwich.
I do, huh?
Yes.
And how do the police take it?
Without salt, pepper, or ketchup.
Without salt, pepper, or ketchup?
Well, yeah, you see, Judge, we're not allowed to use any spicy stuff on the radio.
I think I get what you mean.
And now, the plot really thickens.
You mean sicken?
That's what I mean.
That's what I thought you meant.
So, one of the cops grabs Tony, snaps the handcuffs on him, and he's charged with murder.
Who have I murdered, Gracie?
Well, you haven't murdered anybody, but you admit the murder and show the police the body just to throw them off the trail.
Well, that's a quick piece of thinking.
Well, Tony didn't think of it. I thought of it.
Well, that explains it.
You know, there's one thing that just puzzles me, George.
There usually is, Ray.
Oh, quiet. When I go down to collect my life insurance, do I get somebody to swear that I'm dead, or will they take my word for it?
Well, if they doubt your word, Ray, just send them to me.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you.
Oh, don't make
Gracie, don't I do anything else in this mystery but sit and eat ham and eggs?
Oh, sure you do, Johnny. When the murderer fires the first shot from his six-shooter, you get so excited you kiss me.
You just kiss it,
And
Johnny.
when he fires the third shot, you kiss me 3 times.
But you lucky fellow.
When you hear the 6th shot, you kiss me 6 times.
All you do is kiss it.
And when you hear the 12th shot, you kiss me 12 times.
Wait a minute,
And
wait
when
a
you-
minute. 12 shot. I thought the murderer only had a 6-shooter.
Yeah, but I carry a gun, too.
Oh, I forgot. You wrote this play.
Yes.
Come in.
Oh, it's Miss Eggnog. Sit right down, Miss Eggnog. I'll be right with you. So,
Miss
the police...
Miss Eggnog?
Yes. So the police...
Who is Miss Eggnog?
Well, she's the lady who's going to do the screaming in my mystery. She's a professional screamer, you know. So the police offer her a
professional
reward.
screamer?
Oh, yes, she's one of the best screamers on the radio. Miss Eggnog, will you scream for George, please? How do you like it?
Well, I think she's positively wonderful.
I wouldn't hire her until I gave her a scream test.
A scream test? Well. I bet she gets plenty of sugar, too.
Well, sure. There's only one thing that's better with sugar and scream.
And that's great enough. I thought that
yes.
was coming. I'm glad to know that.
Miss Eggnog screamed on the Freddie Allen show last week.
You don't mean it.
I do. Miss Eggnog, show George how you screamed on the Freddie Allen show last week.
She's certainly going to frighten the kids if she keeps it up.
No, Miss Eggnog.
She made a
That's the
mistake.
way...
She made a mistake?
That's the way you screamed on the Jack Benny show. Now scream the way you screamed on the Freddie Allen show. Yeah, well, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Has more personality.
Yes.
Sort of ballistic to the last scream, yeah.
Now, you see, George, even a screamer can make a mistake.
I could see that, girlie. Yeah.
George, old boy, I don't want to start anything, but did I hear somebody scream?
Ray, what would you say was the past tense of scream?
Well, I should say, I think the right word would be scram.
Scram. Well, that goes for me, too. I'll see you later.
You know, George...
Certainly ad libbing nothing.
Miss Eggnog comes from a family of screamers.
You don't say.
Her whole family screams for a living. Oh, yes. Miss Eggnog, show George how your mother screams. That's pretty good, isn't it, George, for a woman 75 years old?
Yeah. Was that the woman just screamed? That wasn't the sound man laying an egg, was it?
No. Why, her grandmother was a screamer. Yeah. And her grandfather was a screamer. Her mother was a screamer. Her father was a screamer. Her brothers and sisters are screamers, and she's a screamer.
Right down the line, huh?
Oh, sure. They're a scream line family.
A scream line? Well, that's enough. Ray, the music. Gracie will now sing Amid This to Shame. Sing it, Gracie.
Of all the boys I've known, and I've known some, until I first met you, I was lonesome. And when you came inside, dear, my heart grew light, and this whole world seemed new to me. You're really swell, I have to admit you deserve expressions that really fit you. And so I've racked my brain, hoping to explain all the things that you do to me. By me, this is shame. Please let me explain. By me, this is shame means that you're grand. By me, this is shame. Again, I'll explain. It means you're the grandest in the land. I could say Bella, Bella, even say wunderbar. Each language only helps me tell you how grand you are. I try to explain. By mere this is shame. So kiss me and say you understand. By mere this is shame. Please let me explain. By mere this is shame means that you're the grand. By mere this is shame. Again I'll explain. It means you're the grandest in the land. I could say Vini, 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 to Bella, 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 Bella. But what I mean is you're swell, 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 swell. I try to explain why we're this to shame. So kiss me and say you understand, or do you?
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Now let's hear from the man in charge of the minutes for this meeting. You've all met him, John Conte.
I'm sorry, George. I was just reading this letter from a friend of mine in New York State. He says they're having an old-fashioned winter up there. Cold with snow and ice and all the rest of it.
Hey, John, if you finished your weather report, we might get on with
but George, that weather report, as you call it, has a great deal to do with what I want to say about grape nuts. Because, ladies and gentlemen, most of you listeners live in parts of the country where winters are cold. And in cold weather, you burn up more energy. So some people feel that they ought to eat a hot cereal on cold mornings, that there is some extra nourishment to be derived from a cereal simply because it's hot. Well, this is not true. The amount of nourishment you get from a cereal depends upon the grain from which it is made, and not upon the temperature at which it's served. Therefore, grape nuts, which are ready to serve and save you trouble, are just as good for you as any hot cereal of equal nourishment. And those crisp, crunchy, golden brown kernels taste so downright delicious, whether they start off your breakfast in Maine or sunny California, you'll always say they're great. So remember to ask your grocer tomorrow for grape nuts.
Good night.
Okay. This is John Conte saying good night for the makers of grape nuts.
Included on the program this evening were Why Mere This to Shame from the picture Love, Honor, and Behave, and Nice Work If You Can Get It from Damsel in Distress. This is the National Broadcasting Company.